Finals day in the southwest of France. A very good morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from. It's great to have you online, and we are here to crown champions today for men's and women in the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. Had a fun week of surf with a variety of conditions, perhaps dialed down a little bit on the energy today in terms of what we've got out in the water, but we have got some of our very finest surfers from across the continent of Europe. And we've also got some searing insights and some red hot takes from the likes of myself, Paul Evans, also Archie Jekan joining me in the studio. Morning, Archie.
Morning, Paul.
Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien, and as you said, waves are still here, and we got a top European surfer today, so great day of surfing ahead of us.
Mate, you were on hand yesterday for a big day of competition with actually quite a bit of energy in the water. What kind of impressed you the most from yesterday, and just sort of taking the temperature of the European QS? What are some of your big takeaways from yesterday?
Oh, definitely the power surfer in both the men and the women. Ramsey Bukiam was on fire. Tim Bisso will be probably the man to beat today. In the women, we had great surfing from Anat Leila from Israel, and also I liked Tessa Thiessen take on yesterday, rounds. She's building up her surfing, so the French woman could be a threat today.
Anat Leila could be a threat in the studio as well. She was really good in the booth. Let's just focus on the men and think about our four quarter-finalists. This man here, Tim Bisso, just an electrifying surfer, able to get so much power and torque out of that low center of gravity, and you've got to think him a real good match for these kind of conditions.
Yeah, they love that kind of conditions, just like steep takeoff and, really steep wave, and that suited his surfing yesterday perfectly. He was really on fire, and he got some of the best scores of the day here with that aerial view, just, powering through those sections. Made it look easy, but it was a tricky inside section, Paul. And then, just unloading again, same way. One of the top scores of the day, just quick turns, but, showing all his power, just strong footing, making sure he's landing. Even that little barrel out on his bum, he was really a showman, just taking advantage again of that little left-hander, again finishing, and that was in the dying second of the heat, just he heard his score, and Ramsey was the other power surfer who made it.
You can see how much it meant to him. Let's welcome Romain Lollet into the studio for the call this morning, and let's check out Romain's thoughts on this guy who partially grew up here in Anglet, and he's won this event before, and he's looking very, very strong indeed.
It's going to be an amazing matchup between those two guys because they have a similar kind of surf. They are really powerful. They can stick many maneuvers in a few pockets, in a tight pocket. So it's going to be great to watch those two guys fighting till the end of the heat.
Traditionally, we think of the bigger surfers prefer, obviously, when there's a little bit more juices. A little bit smaller stage, it will be a test of the skill set. Someone who's known for putting a lot of power together, but also very good in smaller waves is one of our other finalists, this man here from a CT surfer, Johan Deroux. He could be deadly today.
Yeah, go ahead. Johan is on form. He really said, he liked the condition yesterday, suiting his surfing, and found some really good jam. It was, harder to surf than what it looks, and he found those, good rides, so they'll be all eyeing on those rides, and Romain was, saying yesterday it's where the potential, the good scoring potential is today, and so we'll see what happens between those three powerhouse, and we're gonna have the fourth player, Gatien Delay, who is different in his style, different in his surfing approach. Here he is, so bit of a cat-like surfing, Romain, this guy.
Yes, and in this second matchup, we'll have a surfer surfing on his forehand and another one on his backhand. So for the judges, it's going to be tight, also tough to judge those two guys. Instead of the first hit, they'll be surfing on their backhand, mostly all hit long. Gatien is a really aesthetic surfer. He goes in the air. He knows how to play with the rail also. So he's a very complete surfer. Johan is the powerful surfer. He needs to find a good one, and if he finds a nice right, he can destroy it. It's going to be another great matchup between those guys.
Of course, flying high on the Challengers here as well. Guessien kept that second place, made the final in Bolito. Pretty small waves, actually. It was a real wave-starved event, that one, down in South Africa, beginning of July. So perhaps thinking about conditions being a little smaller today might come in his favour, a little lighter on his feet. Does have that electrifying above the lip act as well. We saw that in the Caraibos night surf too, when he took that out. So really, four of the outstanding surfers of the event, and we're really looking forward to these matchups.
Yeah, and yesterday we were talking a lot about equipment. The conditions change a lot, Romain. We had Ramsey in the booth talking about epoxy. He's probably going to stick to the epoxy option now.
Yeah, and Ramsey was smart yesterday to surf the epoxy surfboard because he's going to keep the same surfboard today. So he's going to be a bit more used to the surfboard he will take today. So we'll see. The waves are smaller, cleaner, less current. It must be like pretty nice for the surfers today.
Well, let's get a little update on conditions and exactly what we're running through today. We're going to hear from Caroline Sarah. She's down the beach for a chat.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Welcome here back in Anglet. We are still here on La Plage of Le Club. Condition changed a little bit this morning. It's a bit smaller than yesterday. But as you can see behind, well, it's a flat. There's no set. But there's still some action. I'm sure we're going to see some good surf during the day. Final days, semi-final to come with the girls, then the men, and then we're going to move to the finals. So hope we're going to see some good action, and I'll let you guys back to the booth.
Thank you, merci beaucoup. So just 6 heats to run, our semis and our finals, and we're talking about setting up the season. You know, it's pretty early days in the European QS season, the way things run now. We kind of kick off halfway through the year and run through the first half of next year. Getting a result here, the first big 3,000, is absolutely crucial, Roman.
Crucial, but on the other side, it's not the end of the road. You know, if you do a bad result here in Anglet, because they're going to be Azores and then Portugal next year. So, of course, it's always better to start the season with some precious points under the feet. There were like also 2 1,000 before this event. More like a training, start of the year for those guys. But if you can win this event, it's a really, really good sign to make it to the Challenger Series by the end of the year.
All right. Well, as we check out Johan Deroux there, looking pretty relaxed, dialed back with his energy as ever. Doesn't give too much away on land. Meanwhile, let's look at our bracket and our semi-finalists for the women. This woman here also in the studio. Yes, they're doing a great job. Winner in Lacanau, an amazing surfer out of Portugal, with some heritage from Wales. Yolanda Hopkins, she ripped it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, she really took on those conditions. You know, it was really a one-turn kind of affair, but she did well to hang on those critical sections. That inside section is really shallow. It was like a low tide condition with the swell pulsing, and she made every turn of that heat and really dominated that quarterfinal, even taking advantage of that left-hander and making those turns. So she really impresses the judge. And same thing for Anat Leila, the Israeli, just making good wave selection in those difficult and reapy conditions. So definitely 2 surfers in form yesterday.
And they took like advantage of the strength and also the powerful surfing. They were really smart. They knew it was not the quantity but the quality of the turn, and they could stick those tight turns and really powerful in the end of those waves in a really powerful pocket. So they played it smart. And let's see today with lighter, cleaner conditions how it's going to turn.
Really pleasing on the eye. Beautiful technique from Alat there. I've seen her in the past rip through early rounds, post 8s and 9s, and then kind of disappear a little bit on finals day. Really important for her today to make it count and just improve again from yesterday to go all the way and get the coveted W, get the win. Let's see how she goes in that, but that'll be interesting looking semi straight from the get-go. Also in our women's bracket, featuring obviously surfers have been outstanding throughout the week here, as we'll see Ariana Ochoa out of the Basque Country, another goofy who can be super aggressive.
Yeah, again, saw yesterday one maneuver wave got the points in the excellent range, risk-taking, fully in the criteria, just commitment in the critical section of the wave, and Ariane just did that all the heat again, then making that turn. So just smart surfing and experienced surfer. When she did that post-interview, she said the strategy was clear, was to go for broke, go big or go home, as we say. And just today she'll be also a threat to the other competitor, and that was the good surprise, Romain, seeing Tessa Thyssen, rising a level yesterday.
Yeah, we all know how Tessa can surf. The problem is the consistency with Tessa, and feels like she did some hard work and it pays off finally today. She's surfing also with pretty nice surfboards at home here in Anglet, so let's cross our fingers to watch a beautiful hit today with her up against Yolanda, because it's going to be a tough one. Yolanda, we know she's a warrior, and Tessa with her strong backhand attack could take the advantage maybe if she picked the right waves.
Another really interesting matchup. Can't wait to see how that one goes down. Tessa Thyssen has been a load of experience, maybe a little of a gap towards the sort of midpoint of her career. And it feels like a little bit of sort of comeback energy, as you mentioned, just really dialing in terms of when the conditions don't necessarily suit her, just working on that consistency and looking very sharp indeed. Think about these running right-handers and how steep and vertical she's able to get on the backhand. Let's see how she does that today. This is live, and you can see already just a little less energy, a little less white water out there. So asking a slightly different question of our surfers, maybe not quite so explosive out the back, and all about trying to link things up as the ever-strong Basque contingent representing Ariane. Of course, we're in the Basque country right now. The French part, she's from pretty much the other side of it, Biscaya, Bilbao. And with her coach here, Felipe, training hard and very dialed in. One thing about Ariane Ochoa, intensely competitive. She has that game face. She's not here to make friends necessarily. She's not kind of hanging out, it's business time.
Yes, it feels like she's really strategic and she's experienced also. Maybe the risk is to be too strategic sometimes and have a lack of risk in your surfing, and because the fire is on the side of this girl, Anat Lelior, definitely. And I'm not sure the heat is on already, but you can tell Anat is ready to fight today.
A little warm-up wave there for our Israeli. Our outstanding Israeli has been impressive ever since really coming on the scene pretty young in years. We first saw her a few years back in Europe on the QS and looking very much, pretty much a finished article when she was, maybe 16 years old, already had that powerful style, and it's just improved and improved. And now really one of the names that sort of stands out from the draw that you'd expect to be there on finals day. And a big opportunity here, 3,000 points up for grabs for our winner. And that will set up a season. Obviously, the confidence too. Ariane Ochoa, she had a really good result down in Portugal a couple of years back at Ribeira Dilas and kind of pumping surf on the backhand. And that set her up for a while with a bit of momentum. And she'd love to get back there. We do talk about winning being that sort of habit. And then once you get on a roll, how often do we see little clusters of victories coming together for our surfers? So great way to start the season off in Anglet as we soon to say goodbye to summer, guys. Are we sad summer's nearly over, or Roman, you've been doing surf school this summer, mate? You a bit tired?
We're pretty stoked. There's no more sun anymore. Nah, summer is not over, and we of course we do wait for those big swells, of course, to come also in fall. No, summer is still here. I think it's going to be pretty warm those next few days. Hopefully for us, it's a bit cloudy today. The show is going to be amazing with those cleaner conditions, and no, the weather is quite nice.
And the water is still 24.
Oh,
it's like you can trunk it. It just it has that summer feel still. So
True.
Just a big surfing party today and over the weekend in Anglet. It's just great to have these guys here.
Can you believe the water is only 1 degree less than Tahiti? It's amazing.
It's
for France.
amazing. One of the things we love about the southwest of France is just how warm it gets in summer. And here we go. We're kicking things off with Ariane Ochoa with a quick clip from her. And we talked about those one maneuver waves. Might see a few of them. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to be a judge in general. Just wouldn't want to be one. But I
Yes.
particularly wouldn't want to be one today because you got to try and decipher one kind of backhand re-entry on a sort of semi-closeout. Not easy to do. How do you do that? What are the judges looking for?
See, they're also experienced. They must know they have to adapt the surfing to the conditions. And I'm not sure today the one maneuver wave will be a big score because of the size of the waves. Even though it was a pretty nice maneuver here from Ariane, I'm quite sure you need to find a better quality wave in terms of comboing the maneuvers.
And do you think, considering the condition, I mean, we have the size of yesterday, and yesterday was obviously only rights. Are we gonna have like a multiple peaks and maybe some lefts, or does it change the lineup? The fact that the swell dropped that much?
Well, I talked with Johan and Tessa earlier today, and yes, in fact, we do have this right sandbank close to the jetty. This is going to be, I think, the main spot to stay to wait for the bombs. And then in the middle of the beach, you also can find a little left and another right. But this spot should be option without priority. So let's see how they manage those hits. But I think they're going to stick to the right side of the beach, the north part of the beach, on the right side of your screen. And then without priority, maybe try to catch a few ones in the middle.
And what about the rip? Because yesterday we saw the constant paddling of the surfer to stay in position.
As you can see right now, they're not paddling at all. Obviously, when it gets smaller, the current also goes lower. So it's a good point today. I think we're going to see some amazing action.
And Roman, you do a bit of coaching as well with a lot of our surfers we've seen in this event. When you get into semi-finals, how hard is it for surfers not to think about the win and going all the way to victory and like just really just focus on the moment? Staying in the moment right now, we'll revisit that. Here goes Ochoa with a nice little combo of turns. There's a third one, and she's on her way to a good score here. Wow. That one was nice and knifey. So finishes with a bang, and she's going to put a number up right there.
You see, you were talking about how do you manage those hits. And it looks like Anat does not manage this hit as she did yesterday. Yesterday, she went to surf in those hits. Right now, she's maybe overthinking, too picky with the wave selection instead of Ariane Ochoa that goes for broke, you know. And
check priority
yeah,
too
that's
then,
it.
huh?
That's it. So just surf. It's not a final yet. It's still a semi-final. So why would you change your plans? It has worked all the way through the semis in this event. And then in the final, maybe change your plan, but not in the semis.
Yeah, yesterday she was the first on the wave, first to open her scoreboard, and she's been a bit quiet. Whereas Ariane is doing just what you said earlier on, Romain, just picking the wave that's going to offer, multiple opportunity instead of one single maneuver, and that's starting to pay off.
Yeah, major error there. Had priority, did a Nat Law, let Ariane Ochoa go, got a 6-3-3. The combination of the maneuvers on the backhand, putting up a good lead already. She's got a pretty healthy number for the previous wave as well, so a good total already locked in for Ariane. That's how you start a heat. And Nat Law really needs to just try and channel this energy now and put something straight back up. Don't let too much time tick away on the wrong side of a lead. Of course, at the moment it is a combination, but very early in this, and she hasn't ridden a wave yet. So let's see how she goes to putting something on the board, but a little bit over-selective thus far.
Yeah, and always tricky that first heat of the day. You know, the judges, you were talking about the judging tower earlier on, Paul, but always tricky to know how the judges will adapt their scoring at the beginning of the day with different conditions. So obviously has changed from yesterday where they were rewarding those single big turns. Today you're gonna have to change your game, change your strategy, and change your surfing.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw Anat killing a little bit the heat in the beginning and adding a lot of pressure on the shoulders of her opponent. And today, well, she's picky, and let's hope a bomb will come her way pretty soon, because it can be tough to sit for too long on your surfboard and watch your opponent surfing nice scores.
All right, here goes a paddle from Anat Lelor, and she looked a bit interested. That one might be just a little straight for her liking. She's just going to let that one go. Looks like she's going to hang on to priority there. Had a little look at that wave, but kind of paddled positionally rather than directly onto the wave. She's always kind of going a little sideways. So she's going to hang on to the priority for now, and she'll be left to think on. Roman, people are wondering, tuning in, people know obviously about Anglet, but looks like we've got a bunch of surf spots with a bunch of jetties along here, mate. Tell us about some of them. Like, we're kind of tucked away in the corner here. There's a bunch of other breaks that go all the way up. You can see that shot and all that sand. A couple of Ks of it. There's a lot of beach here.
Well, they're all quite similar. I mean, all those middle beaches from Anglet, La Chambre d'Amour, the one from up, we see Anat Lelor. Oh, having a little stressful moment here in this heat. But if you surf those beaches in Anglet, you have to choose between those different sandbanks, of course, because the sand moves really fast throughout the year. But they're all quite similar. But then if you move to the north part of Anglet, you have Les Cavaliers Beach, which is one known surf place for bigger waves and also hollower waves. You can find some barrels over there. The wind is also much more, the beach is much more protected from the wind over there because of the river, of Adour River, that goes out over there. And then on the other side of Les Cavaliers Beach, you have the last one, La Barre, which is a lot more protected from the swell. This is where you go when it's too big here on the main beach of Anglet. But it's a pretty fun place to surf, and as you can see, it's not that much crowded in summer. Instead of when you watch the beach in Seignos, Horsego, Cabreton, you could think, oh, Anglet is pretty crowded in summer, but maybe not that much.
A lot of great options for a day of surfing in a really cool part of the coast. We'll take that in from above. That's exactly that picture that Romain was describing. A bunch of banks who do have these jetties, the digs that come out and just kind of break up that current flow. So generally you get a little gully next to the jetty, and then hopefully a good sandbar. Low, mid, generally speaking. It's quite rare a high tide bank in Anglet.
Yes, you mostly surf mid-tide. Mid-tide is always the best in Anglet, except when you do have those small range tides. It can be really, really fun high tide with some swell. But mostly, yes, mid-tide, low tide, and then when you go to the northern beach of Anglet, it's always low tide over there.
All right, so a concerted effort, a paddle from Ariana Choa, and she gets it. And a good first turn from her, almost like the momentum from the paddle put her in onto that first maneuver. Good section here too. And again, it's really nicely done. A confident start from the Basque.
Yeah, definitely taking the best of Leonor in terms of surfing, but I think also mentally, we saw on that paddle battle, she said, you know, I want that wave. Obviously, she had the priority, but she's not letting anything past her surfboard. So really a strong start for Ariane and controlling perfectly that heat.
So far, so good for Ariana Ochoa, as we're watching her really just go through the gears in this one. Started off strong, and she's just built and built from there. And she's putting real points on Anat Lelor at the moment. Let's go down and hear from Caroline Sarin, who is with Anat's sister.
Yeah, hi, hello guys. I'm here with Anat's sister. Yeah, she was surfing just behind, just a quick wave. This is Noah, Anat's sister, who's in the water. Noah, sorry, but you look like a lot. How is your sister feeling this morning?
She was feeling good. There's pressure, of course, but we're trying to just have fun, and I feel like it's her first contest back since her injury. So I think she's just trying to have fun and enjoy the moment and do her best.
Yeah, yesterday she had a pretty big day with good waves and good scores. Hopefully today she can find her way through the semifinal as well. I saw this morning you were doing a bit of training of football. Is that a little ritual you have with her?
It's a thing. I love soccer, and in Israel we do this sport quite a lot. So I feel like this warm-up is really good because it's fun and you move a lot, and it puts a smile on her face, and so it's a good warm-up.
Well, we're gonna watch her closely, and hopefully she's gonna catch her waves and find her way through the final. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, Gal. Yeah, Noah Lelor, absolute ripper as well. She's been outstanding in some QS events. Still looking for a real breakthrough result, but almost like copy-colle, like just another goofy foot, super powerful, amazing maneuvers. A really, really good surfer. And part of that generational story really coming out of Israel, which has been one of the interesting stories on the European QS. Let's get another look at Anat's last wave. What happened?
Yeah, you know, get feet in the wax, nothing major. It's going to be a low scoring for Anat. Unfortunately, she's not going to really find the good section. It's comes out at the 2.5 pole. So, but I wanted to say it's already a win for Anat. She comes out of injury here again on a better looking wave. First turn, a second one needs to put a bit more energy there, but wave just disappearing in that inside. So yeah, recovering from a thigh injury. She did a lot of workout, a lot of physio. So she was really positive yesterday about making that final day, and I think she'll be happy with the result wherever she finishes here in the semi or making the final.
It looks like she was a bit stressed in the beginning of this heat, and maybe this last wave could give her some more confidence to unleash her surfing. There's still plenty of time, 18 minutes remaining, and she could be really dangerous in this second part of the heat.
She just needs to find a runner, right? That wave just kind of died there. You could see Ariane just kind of watching her and sort of willing that wave to just fizzle out a bit, which is exactly what happened. She got that second turn done and then just crumble. You compare that. Ariane's had a couple of waves that have just run and got another, and even like a third section. Getting that Lelor on one of them, and I think we'll see some major points go up. But like you said, Roman, I think it'll feel better just to surf. The first time was done at speed, and whether in the heat or not, anytime when you're not getting many waves and then you kind of do a pretty full-blooded turn with a bit of speed in your surf, it always feels good afterwards. Just when you're paddling back out, you got a couple more clicks of energy about your paddle stroke. She'll have to go out under the priority now of Ariane and just wait her turn. But loads of time left, and seems to be quite a lot of waves coming through as well. She'll ask a question here and force Ariane to go, and this wave goes a little soft from the takeoff. So a good move there from Anat's point of view. She does now take control of priority and getting down towards that halfway point in these 30-minute heats. You got to feel getting a crucial mid-range score now will be really important for her.
Yeah, definitely, and it could turn on her side right now because she has the priority, and maybe she had too many expectations of this heat earlier today. It's still pretty early.
Yeah.
It's tough to wake up and surf your best straight away in the heat. We can see on this view that she's pushing Ariane to take this wave to get the first priority. It was a smart move from Anat. Let's watch what Anat can bring in this second part of the heat, because I'm pretty sure she's going to find her confidence and she can be deadly when she surfs at her best.
Yeah, with 4.1, that keeps definitely the door open for Anat to come back with, we're nearly hitting the halfway mark. They gave like plenty of time for the surfer, and it's a 30-minute heat, so no need to stress after 10 or 15 minutes. You got a time to reset, and it looks like Anat is just doing that. And she's gonna go on that one, trying to find that first section. Good first turn, but the wave just died down under a board, unfortunately for the Israeli.
Yeah, a little mistake from Anat on this one, and Ariane has a chance also now to add an extra pressure on her shoulders if she finds a pretty nice wave. another 6 pointers, she could add a lot of pressure on Anat's shoulders. Because right now Anat does not feel like super confident, and just by taking this wave, this was a poor quality wave. It was a big mistake at this stage of the heat.
So, got hold of the priority and then relinquished it almost straight away. And just that momentum, maybe just further going with Ariane Ochoa for the moment. Still plenty of time left to go, though. We talk about priority and how crucial it obviously is in terms of getting the wave you want, but I feel a little bit like in these kind of conditions, it's not necessarily super obvious which of these waves are going to go soft and which ones are going to run, and sometimes you kind of just got to stand up and see what happens. We mentioned that rip that goes through the wave. There's that mid part of the wave where it goes a little deep, and it's really hard to tell which ones are going to offer up point scoring maneuvers. As you mentioned at the top, Romain, just got to surf a lot, catch a lot of waves, basically. Don't be too patient.
If you don't surf, you don't make a hit. So at the end, you can find also the rhythm by catching some waves. And it's never a nice strategy to wait for too long on your surfboard.
All right, live action. Lelor, here she goes under the priority of Ochoa. Quick turn, gets a little release on the tail, and the wave will run away. And that's what she's going to need to do now. Just try and snaffle something, maybe a little down the beach. And we see that sort of wry smile quite a bit from Ariane Ochoa. It's somewhere between a grimace and a smile. She's very much focused on the task, and she's very much in this battle with good scores on the board already, and an opponent, a highly rated opponent, has been unable to get much going thus far.
Yeah, and Ariane has been eyeing from behind what Anat was doing on that wave. She probably saw that first turn and praying that the wave will close out, which it did. So she's really controlling that heat mentally, but also making sure you know, there's no big score on the board for Anat. But now she's really in control with that priority. We know basically it's gonna come down to a set wave. If a set comes by the end of that heat, it's just gonna be, you know, now a game of patience. But you know, it's the driving seat is now for Ariane.
All right, just under 12.5 minutes to go in this. Our surfer from the Basque Country, Ariane Ochoa, at the moment, very much in the lead. Our Israeli, a bit of work to do. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up our first women's semi-final. Final day here at the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. We'll just stick with live action here. Your heat leader, a little sticky on the first turn, a small section here. I'm not sure she'll add too much to her points with that. And while judges wait to drop a number, probably won't go in the top two. We're going to get a break. We'll be right back with more live from Anglet.
Summer, we've missed you. Rip Curl.
Ce qui m'arrive, mais je fais n'importe quoi.
Ah bon?
Pourtant tu sais, le long de la semaine, je sais me tenir à carreau.
Bah j'espère bien.
Mais il suffit qu'en moi soudain revienne le grain de beauté que tu caches au creux de ton dos, pour que d'un coup je danse et chante comme un fou. Mais
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. Le Club is the name of the spot, Rip Curl Pro Anglet. And it's finals day here in France as we conclude a very warm French summer. Saturday, traditionally today is kind of the day when everyone goes home, right, Archie?
Yeah.
School starts next week. La rentrée is next week.
Exactly, it's a good tip you're giving away there. If you want to have an uncrowded wave during the summer in France, come and surf on Saturday. You know, the rental go through Saturday to Saturday, and usually, you know, people are arriving, leaving, no time to surf. So it's, you know, you get those lineup a bit more uncrowded during the Saturdays.
A lot of people hitting the highway heading north, generally speaking. Those pair that we just saw a quick glimpse of, Yolanda Hopkins with the coach John, they've come from a long, long way south, based down there on the south side of Lisbon in Portugal. Of course, John himself, surfer from Cornwall, he spent a lot of time out in Portugal. He runs the Pig Dog Surf Camp and coaches Yolanda Hopkins. And what a career it's been for her. She'll be coming up in the next semi-final, but there's still plenty of business to be determined in this one. Ariane Ochoa has really been very impressed with the way she started strong in this one. She's never really looked back. She's just kind of backed herself, her wave selection. She's found the best waves. She's also managed to mistake-free surfing really pretty much. And Annette Lelor has just put a little bit of pressure on herself, maybe just a couple of missed opportunities, Archie.
Yeah, and one indication we got now on screen, we got a bigger tide range growing every day. So the rip is starting to come into effect in that lineup, and that's going to be playing into the game where Ariane is going to make sure no one sits on her inside, but she's got priority. Choice of the queen on the first good-looking wave pole. So with 8 minutes remaining and with a bit of a slow swell, it's on the decrease. That could be a big advantage in the remaining minutes of that semi-final number one.
Yeah, when these big tidal rips can start to get into conditions, it's definitely, if you're the surfer with the lead, you won't mind that one bit. You've already got the points on the board. In some ways, your work is kind of done. She won't be resting on the numbers she's got right now, but it looks like a pretty healthy total. The requirement, the 6.9 for a Nat, and she's got to try and find that in about 7.5 minutes. She can get a couple of waves, 2 mid-range sixes will do it. Yolanda Hopkins, who represented Portugal in the Tokyo Olympics 2021, surfed really well over there, actually. She would have been one of the sort of probably the least sort of fancied, just on paper, looking at some of the names there, and surfed so well, gave herself a ton of confidence. Didn't quite have the backing. It's great to see her now with some really good sponsors as well, some stickers on her board, and she's getting some really good backing. Part of that program in Portugal, organised nationally, but also just from surf brands supporting her. And she's always a fun character to have around. We had some insights from her in the studio yesterday.
Yeah, both Anat and Yolanda were doing great on the mic. Maybe we'll see more of her today. And Ariane using her priority, more of a blocking move there to avoid Anna taking a score, but it's a bit slower, and you can see nearly on Anna's face that the scenario is not the same as yesterday. She was all smile, even on the zooming of the camera. Yeah, yesterday it was all positive, and now it's a totally different story. The face is a bit more shut, and no smile definitely for Annat today.
Yeah, she hasn't really had a wave yet.
Yeah.
Any wave that she's taken, the most energetic part has been the takeoff, and from then it's really just fitting the turn in on a dying wave. She hasn't had a runner at all. And you do need that little kick of energy just to give you that sort of mental and physical kind of momentum. Meanwhile, from wide, having a little look, Ariane Ochoa with a little bit of a cushion. Like I said, she's not got a massive total, but 11 points just in the context of what we got so far and what we've seen will feel pretty decent as our crowd fill in. Talking of crowds, we kicked off last weekend the Caraibos Night Surf Arch. A massive support down here in Anglet.
And it's great to see the fans out enjoying it this morning.
Yeah, there was a count of more than 20,000 people on the beach on that night with a great show, night surfing, similar conditions than yesterday.
Similar conditions, but it was just dark.
Yeah, just dark. And Roma surfed it and he said, you know, it looked easier than what it was really. Just they couldn't see anything out the back. It was all
He'll
dark.
use any excuse, won't he, old Lole? Let's check out the recap of our first semi-final from the women. Rip Curl Pro Anglet finals day. And this woman here, Ariane Ochoa, taking on Anat Lelor. And Ariane really, Archie, she got this early on.
Just like two best scores in the first minutes, 4, 6, 7, and she followed up with the best scoring wave of the heat, a 6.33. So, and then it went pretty quiet for both surfers. There were a lot of blocking. That was again the 6.33. Still, you know, managed to find that long wave with a bit of a wall and did really well to surf it till the end. She got another a couple of turns, but most of the damage, I'd say, Paul, was done on those first 2 or 3 waves. Unfortunately for Anat Lelor, she found a couple of turns. That was a 4.1. Put her back in the heat, but since that it kept the ocean, and Anat was really quiet, unfortunately for the Israeli.
Yeah, you see that paddling going on in the rip as well. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, and Romain was saying, you know, when that rip comes into play, the right tend to flatten quicker than on the mid tide. So with that bigger tide range, the conditions here are changing not by the minute, but really quickly. So you gotta adapt from one heat to the other. It's probably not gonna be the same option, and maybe we're gonna see more of that left coming into play.
All right, under 3 minutes now. We're unchanged in terms of situation. Ariane Ochoa with the priority. And this is when it will really start to count. In these final few minutes, she'll have been practicing this in her drills as well as in the quite a wealth of experiences she's got competing as well. Know exactly what to do. Final couple of minutes with priority. When you got the lead, she'll spin here. And she's found herself a bit of a lump. Decent looking wave. Ochoa, your heat leader, heading towards the final right now. Good first turn. Then a flat section, and then a stab to a nose poke. Incomplete. That'll eat up a little clock time.
Yeah, door still open for Anat Lelor with 2 minutes, but she's after a 6.9. That's a big requirement, Paul. Will be the best scoring of the heat, so obviously she needs to be patient, but not too much.
What do you call the little bum bag in French? Does that have a name?
La banane.
Okay, in America they call it a fanny pack. In England we call it a bum bag.
Yeah.
It's a banana.
Yeah.
Have you got one?
Nope. No.
It's never too late, mate.
Yeah. Well, it comes back really trendy.
Not worried about losing your keys or your wallet or, you know.
No, it's safely.
Your moisturizer.
It's safely in your van.
Okay.
Well, it looks like the ocean is not really cooperating today with Anat, Paul, and with just over 1 minute remaining. She needs that set wave. She's looking at that watch. She's probably praying, eying the horizon, but well, maybe an opportunity there. She's got priority. No. And Ariane has been very much in control of the wave selection, mentally too. Experience playing at that level of competition, semi-finals. You gotta keep it in your mindset, be ready. It's a woman on woman format, all different strategy on the finals day.
Yeah. The bright start from Ochoa looks like the payoff. Under 30 seconds now. The requirement's still with Lelor 6.9. We know she's capable of that and plenty more. Seen her post some of the big heat scores and totals consistently throughout events. Regularly going to the excellent range, but feels just energy-wise a long, long way from that. And I'm not sure we'll see another wave ridden in this one. A semi-final result, equal third, a very good, highly respectable result from her. Coming back from injury, she spent time out of the water. And she'll concede there to our first finalist. Nice moment. Ariane Ochoa will be absolutely delighted to get all the way into the final here in Anglet. And she'll find out within the next half an hour who she's going to be facing. But right now, she will be very happy indeed with a really well put together heat in all sorts of ways. In terms of the overall kind of way she used her energy, a lot of the decisions that she made, in terms of in the lineup, but also on the wave itself. And our first finalist is Ariane Ochoa from the Basque Country, and that Lelo will bow out. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, our second women's semi-final from the Rip Curl Pro Anglet Finals Day in France. We'll be right back for more live action.
Rip curl.
Hey, vous là-bas!
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
The beach goes out to Louisville. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. We'll take an aerial flyby of the Chambre d'Amour in Anglet. You can just see a little poke of the foothills of the Pyrenees poking out in the background as we take in a morning view on final Saturday in France. Let's check out Tessa Thiessen taking on Yolanda Hopkins. Yolanda getting the big win up in Lacanau. Let's welcome back into the studio Romain Lollet to talk us through another exciting matchup, mate.
Yes, exactly. The two powerhouse surfers, Tessa Thiessen from France, a bit more local here than Yolanda. And the Portuguese surfer in red, Yolanda Hopkins. She can count on a strong support also from the Portuguese competitors on the beach. It's going to be a great matchup. Let's say they're going to throw tons of water in the air because those two surfers are really powerful.
All Portuguese winners up in Lacanau in our previous event. Not going to happen this time out because we don't have any Portuguese surfers in the men's side of the draw. But Yolanda mentioned that she'd love to go for another win here in France.
Yeah, and Tessa went on the first wave of the heat. Small wave, a bit of white water just to warm up the walks and the feet, maybe. Yes, Yolanda, she would love, of course, to clinch a win here in Anglet. She's a super positive surfer, really engaged in her surfing, strong attack. Also, pretty nice style for a powerful surfer. And she never gets back. She never leaves a hit until the last second. Ariane Ochoa, pretty released, I think, reaching the final today.
Yeah, she'll be absolutely delighted, particularly on a 3,000, which offers obviously more points for our surfers, a really important one for putting yourself in contention for Challenger Series. Someone who also really wants to do that is Hopkins with an aggressive first turn, nice and vertical. A nice kind of bit of fizz there to her surfing, just from the initial speed of entry. Just the one maneuver, though. And we've talked about it before, I'll mention it again. Never ceases to amaze me, the training program of Yolanda. She's basically up at 5 a.m. every day, runs 10 Ks in the dark, where everyone else is still basically sleeping in bed. By the time you get to an event, you know, we rock up in the morning a little bit before dawn normally for the broadcast, and we're thinking, well, it's early. She's already been up 4 hours. She's like run a marathon, had 3 surfs. She's definitely the earliest riser on tour.
Yeah, amazing. And we do have those 2 surfers are hard workers, so it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes throughout the heat. Here we can see the replay of Yolanda. Not making a lot of this wave, but you can tell she's in a great shape and feeling good on her surfboard. Surfing a different surfboard than yesterday, of course. A pinky surfboard today. Maybe a lighter and shorter surfboard because the waves obviously are a lot more softer. Tessa Thyssen is surfing with a local shaper brand, RT Surfboard. It might help her also to stick to those waves. And she has worked pretty hard throughout the year to find the right equipment. She did an amazing physical training work with her boyfriend also. He's filming her on the beach. He's actually his boyfriend, but also his coach. We saw that with Joan Defay. It worked quite well, let's say. A bit more lows today than yesterday. Yesterday we saw a lot of energy from the ocean. Today you might have to pick a bit more the wave and wait for those better waves. But on the other side, you don't want to add too much pressure on your shoulders by waiting for the bomb, you know?
Yeah, you can see that rip just getting into it a little bit, and there's not loads of energy on the incoming swell, and it's just kind of working against it a little. Late entry here for Tessa. And really, in these kind of conditions, you need to kind of drop down straight out the takeoff, really, to have hope of making it around onto any kind of meaningful section. Just a little speculative effort early on. Hopkins with the best of the scoring, but nothing of major significance as yet. Yolanda is just full of battle, and she will be giving this her all. And also, we talk about momentum coming off that win. She's tasted that winning feeling. She's pretty disappointed not to make it to challenges last time out. She came pretty close, but essentially it all came really down with the way the women's season was. It all came really down to the Azores. That was like the one big event they had. She made a mistake in the heat, got knocked out. And as you mentioned before, she did pretty well in some of the 1000s, but they're kind of just training exercises, really. It's all about doing well in the bigger events. So she's got the victory in the 1000 in Lacanau. How can she go in the 3000 in Anglet? Well, she's one heat away from a final, and she's got a wave here. Hopkins, out of Portugal, an Olympian, no less. And she'll tag it nice and hard for a finish. Unable to really go top to bottom on that way, but did get a little finish in. And most importantly, she got it completed.
And she has a really nice technique, bending her back knee to release the pressure of the fin on top of the wave. It's something really impressive from those powerhouse surfers. You can see she's taking a lot of speed in order to end this wave nicely. She has a strong front foot, and here she releases the power of the tail of the surfboard by adding an extra weight on her front foot, and bending the back knee helps a lot to release the pressure on your back foot.
Coming from a part of Portugal, it's blessed with good waves that we don't know so much about compared to some of the main surf towns down there, but she has amazing training grounds, beach breaks, a couple of points as well, and able to really get loads of experience in a variety of conditions, which you will need for a successful QS campaign. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Caroline Saran, who's roaming down the beach. What have you got for us, Caro?
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm here with Ariane Ochoa from the Basque Country, winner of the first semi-final of the women of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. Ariane, was a slow hit. Waves are smaller today. It was a bit tricky to find a good one. You find one at the beginning of the hit, 6.33, with many turns on it. Can you talk to us about your impression of the hit?
It was a slow hit, as you say. I tried to start quick. I think that was the thing of my hit. I found 4 point something in one turn, and after stride without priority, I take a smaller one, but was a good one and I have been able to make some some turns, and yes, happy to find that way because after starts the wind to pick up and the conditions started to get worse.
And did you adjust your equipment from yesterday that it was bigger? Did you change the board maybe?
Yeah, I changed. Yesterday was a bigger board. And today, yes, I changed for the smaller waves. But maybe I have to change again for the final because it's getting hard.
Yeah, well, I'll let you have a rest and congratulations, and we'll see you in the final just in a few moments.
Thanks so much.
Gracias.
Thank you. First finalist, who's she going to take on? We one of these two. And we caught, again, that aggression from Yolanda Hopkins, belting it hard on the end section there, Roman.
Yes, she looks like pretty hungry, Yolanda. She wants to build those scores. She has a few low scores, a 4.0, a 4.67, but seems like she really wants to make it to the final. Here we have Tessa surfing also on her backhand. Waves have changed a little bit since the first hit of the day. Huh?
Yeah, not quite so clean on the face, is it? A little rip running through it. Bang. It's nicely done. You think what she's got to work with there, not loads, and manages to sort of squeeze everything out, really. That's crucial. Gets that little technical adjustment you mentioned, tucking the back knee in. So that slight release of the tail just shows us something a little bit different rather than just kind of redirecting and letting the wave push her back down. She actually kind of forces herself a little bit, does a dynamic turn, gets out ahead. And the judges, you know, can use those differences to try and use the scale. That's what they want to do, essentially. And let's see where that one goes. We're waiting for numbers. Meanwhile, here's Tessa. Nice and smooth as ever. Off the bottom, a little clip. And it is pretty smooth and polished, but she's going to need to find something with a bit more energy than that, just in terms of what the wave is offering for her.
It's always tough in France with those changing tides and the high range of those tides. The conditions are you need to adapt so much, but Tessa knows it. We talked about it earlier today, and she knew she had to adapt with this outgoing tide. The current is getting stronger and stronger. The waves are a bit more distracted by the current. And for now, Yolanda is taking advantage of those conditions, and it looks like she's going to pick a nice one.
Here goes Hopkins. A little bit of bump on the face. She deals with it pretty well. Whoa. Throwing in the little 360, or trying to, and she's annoyed with herself. It's obviously a maneuver she does in free surfing relatively easily, but just maybe not quite with the down-the-line glide and speed for that turn, but I like the variety from her.
And this is a sign also that she's a lot more released than Tessa, maybe a bit more concerned about the result, showing that she's here to surf and enjoy also the surfing and the waves. And you can tell she got inspired by Kelly Slater doing this little roto.
Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins' confidence never really an issue for her. She'll always be backing herself. Tessa Tyson, I feel like to get her confidence kick-started in this, really similar story to a Nat Lelor in the first semi. She just needs a wave. She just needs to get 2 or 3 turns done at speed together. As soon as you do that, you can almost kind of feel the tension go out of the body. You can kind of see it from here. And our surfers are then find it much easier to open up. But at the moment, she's just sort of surfing a little bit within herself, unable to get out of the threes, has a high number. By contrast, Yolanda, without really catching anything of major quality, she's just kind of chipping away and just nudging that score up a bit, Roman.
I think the problem on your backhand in those kind of conditions is to get speed. Yolanda is using the foam. You know, she can like pump a little bit more in the wave to get more speed and then do turns. Tessa needs to find this speed to hit maybe a bit stronger than Yolanda the lip on her backhand, but for now she has to pick better waves. That's the critical part of surfing on your backhand in those kind of conditions.
Still overall pretty low numbers, so despite the fact she's chasing, she's not looking really for huge scores. Think about the single wave requirement of a 6, but overall 9.8 for Hopkins in 2 waves, so really a couple of 5s there or thereabouts can easily turn this around, and you can get them pretty quick in these kind of conditions. So Tessa just needs to stay positive, stay in this, And find herself a bit of speed, as you mentioned, Roman, on the backhand. Really important, that entry, it feels like. You think about the way the waves started off for Ariana Ochoa, just getting that kind of steep drop that gives you that kick in. You get the first turn, you go nice and steep on that, and then from doing that turn, it kicks into the next section. Those waves are out there. It's just a question of finding them.
That's it. It's always the question. Surfing is crucial, and something is approaching maybe for Tessa right here.
Tyson pushing hard, and again, a little awkward section. So she'll go down. She's not had much go away so far. The first half of the heat, advantage Hopkins. 15 minutes yet, more to come. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be deciding our second women's finalist. Got the men's semis, and of course, both finals to come. Finals date at the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. We'll be right back.
Run, swim, surf. For the women who want to rewrite the game, we made this for you.
Rip Curl.
Alors, c'est cool. Bonjour.
We're on our holidays. School is over and it's time for better days. I get bored on my own. Summer's not a time to be all alone. Play out with me. Play out with me. Play out with me.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
Welcome back to our second semi-final. Live coverage from the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. Yolanda Hopkins on a bit of a tear on this wave and a real spring in her step. She uses that amplitude to go up, push high, hit the lip hard with speed, maintain it, and even finishes off in a Roman. Even just looking at the way she kicked out of that wave under, carrying all that speed, just gives the judges a real point of difference.
Yeah, I think so. The wave selection also maybe have played into account. Let's see what she did earlier on this wave. Yeah, a little speed turn and then a nice off the lip re-entry. So a lot of speed you mentioned, Paul, and this might play into the judge's mind to get a nice score. Here, Tessa with a pretty fat wave. Huh?
Yeah, managed to get first turn through a bit of spray, and that one just went real deep on. I went into a bit of a hole. And unable to get the inside section once again for Tessa. It's been that sort of story from her. Let's get another look.
Hey, pretty nice one. And then, unfortunately, this wave flattens her. And so the wave selection on your backhand is maybe a bit more crucial than on your forehand.
So we're in for numbers. No change there in terms of Yolanda, as far as we can tell. It's as we were. She's in the lead in this. She's caught the better waves. She's done slightly better surfing on them, but she's not really been able to kind of ram home that advantage thus far. 11.5 on the clock. She's not yet got into double figures. It's relatively surprising for Yolanda, and that's just a reflection, really, on the sort of waves that have come through in this one. It's been a little bit starved of quality in terms of our offerings from the ocean. Priority is with Hopkins. She got the first wave of that exchange, so she'll look to use it again here. Tessa Tyson has to make way. Here goes Hopkins. Bang. That was nice. Down the line, onto the rail. So 3 distinct turns, and she'll get a 4th done there. And if she gets a finish as well, I reckon she'll improve her score there. The backup could get improved. Possibly another mid-range number to get into double figures. Let's see what the judges make of it.
She fought so much all the way through this wave. It was not an easy wave to surf. it was not really powerful, so she had to find the speed here with the first foam claim, and then bing, as you said, smashing the lip here, wrapping the carve, and then fighting against this really soft wave to find some speed and add 2 more turns. So this could be maybe the best wave of the heat. So step by step, she's improving, building her scoreline, and she really shows that she wants to go into the final.
No downtime between the maneuvers as well. She's always in a sort of a dynamic body position. The speed is always there. The energy's up the whole way through. And we're going to hear from her brother. He's with Caroline Sahin.
Yeah, guys, I am here with Riff, Yolanda's sister. Brother, sorry. 2 times this morning. Riff, how your sister was feeling this morning approaching this final day?
She said, of course, it was a bit smaller than yesterday. Of course, she can do big turns, but she had to take a smaller board with more volume, of course, so she could do more turns on the smaller waves. But, of course, she's always feeling confident that she's going to win. You always have to. You can never feel doubt about yourself. But I think that's practically what she thinks. Nothing in her head, because she has to be clean before heat.
Okay, and did she have a special strategy with the coach this morning?
The strategy is always trying to catch the most waves you can, so you can always have a consistent score. Never let the other opponent get the more waves than you, because it has to be always a constant pressure. So if you let your opponent catch as many waves as they want, you will lose, most definitely.
Well, looks like it's working well for the moment. She's still having the lead, and I saw she took another good one, so we're going to watch her closely. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff. Interesting insight there from the Hopkins camp. I don't think she did improve with that last one. That's quite surprising. I thought the score would go up there.
Yeah, 4.63, so that's why I'm not a judge.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. She's
So,
still in the lead.
You see, the judges want to see big turns, major turns, and not a combination of smaller turns.
So just kind of snipping away at that wave. But nevertheless, even though it doesn't add to her score, she's just kept that physical energy going. And really, there hasn't been a sort of single scrap of water that she's left alone out here in this heat. Anything when she's got priority, she's taken it, and she's put herself about in all sorts of positions on the wave, and just really showing that she's very much up for this task. Tessa Tyson, by contrast, has been a lot more measured. Even on the waves themselves, she looks really smooth, but she does need to find herself just a little bit more of an aggressive approach to unlock the scoring potential of the waves. As the time ticks down, now 7.5 minutes, this is going to go really quick.
Yeah, and pressure is getting higher and higher for Tessa right now. Can you imagine, since the beginning of this heat, 17 waves surfed already? Not in terms of quality, but quantity. It's huge. Lucky the surfers are, because it's not tough to make it back to the outside. The current does not look too strong, but as you said, yeah, time is ticking, and Tessa must feel a lot of pressure right now, and I'm scared she might lose her nerves in this end of the heat.
Yolanda Hopkins still in the lead in this one. 6 minutes and 40 to go. Priorities with Tessa Tyson. Next wave crucial for her. She needs a 6.17, the score to go to first and get into a final here in a hometown event. 6 minutes is plenty of time to get that wave. Hopkins is wasting very little time on basically taking off on anything that comes through. We talked about the training she does, and she will be very much up for just hoovering up anything that comes throughout the ocean. And unable to add much in terms of points to it, but she'll just keep surfing. She will just keep on surfing. Under 6 minutes now. It's our view from our drone on the little fly past out the back. And we'll see one of our first men's semi-finalists, Ramzi Boukiam, taking on Tim Bissot. That is a great looking matchup of the Goofies. Can't wait to see how that one goes down.
Yeah, this one is going to be amazing to watch. And Tessa maybe taking a nice wave here. First nice turn. Whoa, backing it up with another one. And unfortunately, you see the pressure comes to play in those end of the heat.
It does certainly feel like those kind of mornings where there's energy in the ocean, but maybe not necessarily both surfers are going to get a bunch of good waves. And sometimes it's just one of the pair that manages to sort of unlock. And if you get on the wrong side of that, it can just feel a little bit like after a certain amount of time out in the water and you're unable to post a score, look, nothing's really going your way. I mean, we all get that feeling just when you go for a surfer, particularly in the heat.
It's terrible. And especially with the outgoing tide also, we know the rhythm can slow down. And it's terrible. Surfing is crucial sometimes. Cruel, not crucial.
Both. I'd take both, all the above. Am I tripping thinking that Tim Bissett does a bit of windsurfing? Did I make that up?
I've never seen him.
I think I've seen pictures of him.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not going to be doing that today. He's just going to be sticking to conventional board surfing. He's got a great looking first semi against Ramzi Boukiam. In the meantime, let's check out the recap of our first semi and see how this one's gone down. Yolanda Hopkins taking on Tessa Thiessen. And Tessa struggled a bit, Roman.
Yes, Tessa on her backhand struggled to find the better waves in this heat. And we can say that Yolanda built her scores on average wave quality, but she did a lot of effort on each wave to maximize the scores. She has a pretty nice technique. She gets a bit more speed than Tessa on those waves, and she's capable of comboing those turns. But the wave selection was on the side of Yolanda definitely in this hit. And here she's adding a little extra push with the release of her fins. Tessa on her backhand, tagging the lip here and the foam. Unfortunately, the wave is not really well shaped. And Yolanda, step by step, you know, with a bunch of low scores, taking the control of this hit, sitting on a 5-1-3 and a 4-6-7 at this stage. Tessa with her best wave surfed on the screen, a 4.70 with a first quite nice turn, and then unfortunately this wave flattens. So wave selection is really important today, but also the reason. How can you find the reason in those hits? Maybe taking a lot of waves and not overthinking. You were right, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just creeping through Bisso's Instagram there. Found he doesn't mind a bit of the windsurfing. Windy part of the world he comes from in Guadeloupe.
Especially there, yes, definitely.
So Hopkins still in the driving seat in this, but Tyson has improved. She's given herself a bit of an opportunity and now looking for the 5-1-1. She'll go left here. It's not something we're going to say that much. Bang. Nice second turn, and she just buries it a little on the nose and goes incomplete. And she'll be annoyed. 2 minutes to get back in the lineup and find herself a 5.
Yeah, a bit of mistiming and a lack of speed maybe for Tessa in those kind of conditions. We saw she ripped yesterday with powerful waves, and she had to adapt maybe a bit more, you know, energy in her surfing. We saw Yolanda giving a lot of effort, as here she could have tagged a pretty nice top turn, unfortunately digging the nose under the water.
All right, last 90 seconds now. Tessa Thiessen has given herself a position and an opportunity. She just needs a 5-1-1, so she's brought the requirement down significantly with her previous score. However, the bad news is breathing right down her neck, literally. It's the intense figure of Yolanda Hopkins, who has priority, and she'll make that pay.
She'll sit on the back of Tessa, that's for sure. She does not want this final to go away. It's so important for those girls. You mentioned earlier the 3000 QS are so important compared to the 1000. Semi-final is already a pretty nice result. Let's see what Tessa has on offer here. Yes, but unfortunately the wave does not look like great.
Looking for the 5-1-1. She's not going to get it with that. And I think that's going to be it for her. 30 on the clock. Not sure she's going to be able to find another wave. Hopkins is going to take this. I thought she might wait and just look to control it, but she's backing herself to get score. She's going down the line with some speed. Nice snap. She gets a second one. Bang.
Ah.
All right, so a good combination there.
And you see, she could have waited, but she wants to surf, and it's a good sign for the rest of the event.
Relatively surprised she took that because she has left Tyson in the lineup right now.
And she's a killer. She wants to kill the opponent.
So here's this combination. How's this going to go with the judges?
Wow, best wave of the heat so far. No doubt about it. And she wants to kill the heat until the last second. We're going to have a great matchup in this final up against Ariane Ochoa. The strong surf of Yolanda up against the strategic surfing of Ariane. It's going to be fun to watch. Pretty nice results, by the way, for Tessa.
Yeah, a great result for her. Almost a sort of carbon copy, really, from Anglet Law. Just no real momentum in the heat, either from herself or just from the waves, essentially. And I think it's the waves that really just kind of starved her of opportunity. Without getting anything going, confidence, the head drops a little bit. And by contrast, just relentless energy from Yolanda Hopkins. Just fighting tooth and nail for every opportunity she gets. She's in the final. She won last week at Lacanau. She's made another final here. Her brother gives her some support on the beach. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Archie Jekan back in the studio. We're going to have men's semi-final #1, flying high on the Challenger Series. Ramzi Boukiam taking on Tim Bissot real soon.
Allez, tu rentres, ça arrive, là, vite, 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 vite. Allez, champion, lève-toi, pousse, 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 pousse.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
And we're back, Paul, with the first semi-final of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet with these two men, two powerhouse that prove the surfing yesterday in testing condition with Ramzi Boukiam coming from Morocco and Tim Bissot from France and the good island of tropical France in the West Indies, Guadeloupe.
Yeah, banger of a heat, this one. Cannot wait to see how this goes down. Two surfers with a ton of power. Ramzi is sort of deceptively massive, isn't he? And you see him up close. He's a big, big unit. Bissot's solid too, about a foot shorter.
Yeah.
Tell you what, they've got all sorts of power. Straight into business is Ramzi Boukiam, and he's able to tuck that back knee in, just make his stance narrow. And by doing that, he can wiggle the board. We'll do that to some effect for a small number. I just had to correct myself. I think I've been announcing Yolanda Hopkins as the winner in Lacanau. It's not quite correct. Kika Veselko, her compatriot, won in Lacanau. Yolanda, of course, won in a place very close to my heart in Newquay. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from Caro.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Yolanda from Portugal, the winner of the second semi-final. She's all smiles. She got her ticket to the final. Conditions are a bit slow, a bit tricky out there, but you kept busy. You took many waves and you scored some pretty good ones that take you to the final. Can you talk to us about this?
I mean, I just tried to have a quick start and just have a good choice in waves. It's really tricky. It's really hard to see the good ones. And I try to give a little bit of everything for whatever the judges wanted to see. And then at the end, I just had to play a bit with priority and be on top of Tessa. I know she's a good competitor, so I had to be alert and just be on my A game with her.
Cool. And while you were surfing, I noticed there were a few fans out there from Portugal holding the flags on the phone. How does it feel to have some fans here in France and Anglet?
Oh, it's so amazing. I mean, I do always have a few competitors with me from Portugal, and even from other countries always supporting me. But yeah, it's amazing. Just the support in general about everybody. The people on the beach have been incredible, just coming even early in the morning, coming watching us. Now, like grovel surf. So, I mean, it's amazing support.
Well, congratulations again, Yolanda, and we'll see you in the final.
Thank you. I hope so for the final, for the winning too.
Yeah, me too.
Great job, Yolanda Hopkins, taking on Ariane Ochoa. Can't wait for that matchup, the women's final. That's coming up in around about an hour's time. Let's get caught up in this one. Check out some replays. Bukiam.
Yeah, Bukiam opening his account, just great surfing. Did, really well to surf that tiny wave. I'm surprised, Paul, by how fast the conditions are deteriorating and how these guys are able to adapt. They were surfing a 4-5 footer yesterday, just showing some great surfing. And Team Bissau, first nice turn, also like powering, and just little mistake there, Paul. Just it shows in the scoring with a 2.67 for the first wave of Team Bissau, and Ramsey got a 5.17 on that free turn combo.
Yeah, already numbers in for these two. We know they've got a lot more where this came from. Let's check out Tim.
Yeah, Tim got a second wave during the interview, just overpowering on that first turn. You saw that foot slip, but managed to hold on and get a second turn. Just really pushing hard, then foot slip, puts a smile on his face. That's what it was funny. Just, he's a good character, always a positive vibe, and both surfers are choosing to stay busy.
Yeah, absolutely the right approach. Definitely, they'll have had a bit of time to watch conditions during the women's semis and realising this isn't the CT heat. We sit there and play priority chess. This is catch waves, tear them apart. That's what they've been doing so far. Already starting off with a few sparks, plenty of spray, water being displaced, and juicing the speed out of conditions as well. And expect plenty more of that. Here goes Ramsey down the line. Just to bring that back foot forward, just to kind of pump that board, and then he saw the wave just disappear away from him. And so priority with Bissau now, and he lost the back foot on one turn. He slipped off on a previous one. Let's see now if he can make this opportunity pay in terms of the priority and put someone on the board to come back at Ramsey. At the moment, plenty of time left to go, but already shaping up for a nice aggressive heat.
Yeah, yesterday they had to match the power of the swell. Today they have to create their own space on the wave, their own rhythm, and just use their energy. That's what Yolanda Hopkins did. Just as soon as you stand on the feet, there's the energy, there's the aggressiveness, and that paid off. And these two guys are on the same kind of rhythm, so it'll be an interesting matchup. Maybe Team Bissau needs to slow down a bit on this overpowering, but plenty of time. That's why we also with 30 minutes heat to give plenty of opportunity to the surfers.
Yeah, you think about the upper body and the way they kind of wind into these turns. And with that ultra lightweight equipment, the board's really sensitive and alive, and they're able to just get so much whip through turns. You just kind of think, how are you actually doing that? Like, there's not a load there in terms of the wave, but they managed to get the full projection through the turn. Very impressive to see. Tim doing quite a bit of paddling, just positioning himself against this rip, trying to stay pretty close to the apex of our bank, which isn't really a symmetrical one. He saw a quick left from Test at the end of that heat that The left just kind of runs out of juice almost straight away. The right-hander, if you can, find the ones that run down. Always interesting to see when our mug shots, we always tend to take them when the surface is about 14.
But interestingly, when Ramsey was 14, he was tall and thin. Now, he looks more like a rugby player. He's big and, as you said, Paul, it's pretty amazing to see him on such a small wave, such, powerful surfing and efficient. It seems really light, and he's probably 90 kilos.
Nice combo there.
Yeah.
Couple of quick hits. Nice and snappy and sharp. And the judges can tend to favour the combos. Let's see again at him on the backhand.
Yeah, and finishing strong vertical surfing. He's happy with himself. You can tell from the body language on that last turn. He managed to really put that board on the lip. He got a 5.17 on a similar wave, so it's building slowly, and it's going to be hard to get some 8s and 9s today unless it's a set wave. And as we were saying, the swell has just disappeared. We had like 2-3 footers this morning, and now we're down to 1 to 2. So they need to adapt. Equipment will play a big role. And we were saying earlier this morning in the little morning show, Ramsey's on the epoxy board. So it's just that little equipment difference that could make a big difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, Ramsey able to get that wave under the priority of Tim Bissot and making it count. Putting a good number up there.
Yeah, he came at 4.97, so could be a keeper. It's still early days in this heat. 90 minutes remaining. Tim Bissot with priority, hoping that swell will pump some more lines.
Yeah, interesting on the drone view there. You saw how close together. It's almost, they got a little bit of this residual ground swell, and then we basically got the wind swell from the onshore, which blows down the coast. The northwest kind of sea breeze that's putting these little lumps through the wave. I feel like it's been quite a windy summer, Arch.
Windy and pretty flat summer. I mean, we probably had like 2 decent swells since the mid of June, so it's been a really slow summer, so the local surfer are a bit frustrated.
And hot.
And hottest ever. I mean, we were mentioning the 24 in the water will end of August, and by the look of the forecast, it's more small surf on the way with boat short like condition for at least another 2 to 3 weeks. So it's been a long summer, if I can say that. And the man, Johan Duru, no stranger to the beach break of Anglet. He lives north across the Adour River. He's been on tour for a while. Similar haircut than yours, Paul, for Johan. See if that brings him luck.
Bissot out the back, being patient now. He's got a couple of 2s. He doesn't want them. He wants 5s or better. Is what he's going to need. Bukim, he's got 10.14 on the board already. So definitely with the advantage in terms of the points, and able now to just surf and try and pick off some opportunities. Sit a little bit away from Tim. He's got his work ahead of him. And it's sort of crucial, really, what happens in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. It seems to sort of set the tone. If you're chasing a number and you can kind of turn the heat around the midway point, from what we've seen so far, the surfers who are chasing, the back half of the heat goes really quick.
Yeah, exactly. And those both surfers are doing well also on the Challenger series. So being in Anglet is important. Get those points on the WQS, but definitely Ramsey with a good result on the Challenger, and Tim Bissot also doing well, I think, in Balito. They're gonna have so lot of these guys coming to the QS earlier on this year or here are more in the training mode. They're getting ready for the big date in Portugal.
Yeah, Bisso 28th on the Challenger Series. He got a 9th, as you mentioned, in Bolito, just north of Durban in South Africa, beginning of July. Ramsey 6th on the Challenger Series. Right now, that's a position that put him on the championship tour for 2023. And he got a 5th in the Gold Coast back in April. Got a 9th in Huntington Beach, the Vans US Open. So a couple of keeper results for Ramsey. Sees him inside the top 10 in 6th. And unfortunately, having lost Quick and Roxy Pro Francis from our Challenger Series schedule, bummer for the fans. However, if you're a surfer in the top 10, that means numerically fewer opportunities for surfers to overtake you.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have like Portugal in a few weeks' time, then Brazil, and then the last Challenger Series in Sunset. So knowing the powering surfing he's been showing Ramsey and also Tim, it's kind of location that could favor their surfing. So cross fingers for some Euros or Moroccan to reach the top. It'll be good to have a bit of a mix between the Brazilian, Australian and Hawaiians, get some European blood up there.
All right, your 2017 champion here in Anglet, Ramsey Buchem, in the ascendancy in this one. Has he got 1 foot in the final? Can Tim Bisso come back at him? He's got just over 14.5 minutes to do that. Find out if he can right after the break.
Rip curl.
Allez, Thuram, ça arrive, ça arrive, vite, vite, vite. Allez, champion, lève-toi, pousse, 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 pousse.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at Lower Trestles.
Welcome back to our first men's semi-final. Ramsey Buchem of Morocco spent part of his youth growing up right here in Anglet as well. Knows a lot about this wave. Taking on Tim Bisso from Guadeloupe. And at the moment, it's Ramsey with a bit of a lead in this one. But Bisso has come back at him during the break. Let's get caught up because this is an important wave, the 417 for Tim.
Yeah, tiny wave, but really well surfed. You know, he's going to get a 4.17, so just under what Ramsey got as he's sitting on the 4.97 and a 4.17, but that keeps the door open for Tim Bisso with 12 minutes remaining. He now needs the 5.97, which is obtainable, but it's going to have to be picky with the wave, and he can't really do that right now because it's this man who's got priority and using it, Paul.
Buchem up and swinging. Good first hit. Gathers himself. And then just squeezes off the rail. Not much more on offer down the line. He'll flick off. Tim Bisso getting a 4 there on basically a waist-high wave. It just, all of that score really came from him rather than the wave.
Exactly, just creating his own energy, just, you know, the wave, he could have done that on even a smaller wave, because he's using his thighs, using his, the core of his body to produce their energy and try to release those, maneuver at the top of that tiny wave. It's really technical surfing, Paul. I mean, when you're able to do that in that kind of condition, it's great surfing. I mean, yesterday we had the pleasure of big turns in critical part of the wave. But here, all the youngsters, the upcoming surfer, you need to perform on all kind of waves, and these guys, they're showing how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely impressive performances in terms of adapting to the conditions. What surfing's all about for anyone, particularly in the professional game. And yesterday we were blessed with pretty pumping conditions, a real contrast today, and the surfers can't really let that kind of affect their mindset. They've got to still look for just opportunities of a different kind, basically, which seems to be what Gatien Delay is doing here, who, as you mentioned earlier on, he's got that kind of lightness. He's a tall guy, but he's pretty skinny. He's got that lightness, fleetness of foot, and he's going to need that, taking on Johan Duroux, who, again, is such a natural surfer. He always finds himself in the kind of juicy part of the wave, Johan. Very rarely one of those surfers that kind of outruns a section and has to go back. Johan always manages to seem to just thread the eye of the needle and find all of the energy. Ramsey with a little redirect and a look back on the beach, possibly getting some instructions on positioning. Doesn't seem like too tricky a lineup to figure out.
No, and you see the clan with Alain Rioux, Fred Robin giving the last piece of advice.
Jasper Sanders, Kite Stevens there with the white hair.
Yeah. Yeah, all the surfing fans, the surfing caravan are here. But Gatien, yeah, is getting an eye on that heat. There's gonna be some few opportunities. You got to take them, and so far with 9 minutes remaining, it was an early lead from Ramsey, who did well. We thought it was like nearly a warm-up wave for those 3 turns, but it turns out it could be a keeper for the Moroccan, as he's paddling on the dredgy little wave. That first turn was great. Oh, that's a nice wave for Tim Bissot.
Big opportunity arch, massive turner hammer.
Yeah.
All right, we talked about it with Roman about one-turn maneuvers at the top of the program this morning. Let's see where this goes. Easily the best looking opening section of a wave we've seen throughout the day today. That one's steep and vertical. Just the one turn before it ran away, hit it hard.
Oh yeah, his pumps, you can see the way he's paddling. He's got that good turn in, he's got the fist pump, while Ramsey got that inside one. That was a pretty good turn, but he couldn't get that second re-entry, unfortunately for the Moroccan. But that wave was offside, and just Bissot belted, really pushing hard on the back foot, taking risks, like really vertical. So it'll be interesting to see the score, Paul.
Yeah, he just extended. He just waited a little to put his board extra vert. He just waited a little bit before he whipped the board around and put his board all the way to the fins, basically, out the top of the wave. Very impressive, and then able to just use those strong legs.
And you look at the score, Paul, that just came in, 6.67, so taking the lead, Tim Bissot, with that last exchange.
Absolutely crucial. He's got himself 6 points with about 1.5 seconds of surfing, basically. He just stood up, bang, 6 points.
Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly, and that's, it's going to give a good indication also to the next heat. You got to go big again, and yesterday was exactly the same scenario. Like judges were rewarding 7 and 8 with single maneuver, and they haven't changed this on that smaller day. It's a situation now of bother for Ramsey with 6 minutes, a little bit more than 6 minutes remaining. His requirement is a 5.68. So obviously, Paul now he needs to be patient and find the same kind of gems than Tim Bissot did.
Priority, didn't he, for that set? He used it on the first wave, and his turn, it was more of a redirect, and then the next one just drained. We couldn't really see that coming. I mean, I think he was justified in taking the first wave because out of nowhere, that wave just stood up on the bank that Tim got and offered up a real throaty section. Let's hope for a few more like that. Ramsey with priority might want to use it here.
Yeah, and Tim Bissot is going to paddle and probably Ramsey looked at blocking him, but it's another good-looking wave. I mean, getting those turns in, he's probably going to increase his backup and increase the requirement from for Ramsey.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he does.
He was sitting on the 4.17, so not sure that's going to do it, but it's going to be close. But just a good management of that heat for Tim Bissot. But as usual in the beach break, there's the luck factor coming into play. And as you said, Paul, that first wave, anyone would have gone with Ramsey, and unfortunately for the Moroccan, that set wave was biggest wave of the heat just came out of the blue.
Bissot putting everything into this one again. So not having priority, a smart call just to take it. Meanwhile, Ramsey now, wow, that was a nice turn. And then he'll have to just sort of restart the wave a little bit again as it goes a little sluggish, but a really strong finish. And I love this heat now. Bringing the fire. We've got all sorts of chest beating going on. And no one wants to relinquish an opportunity to get in the final and then get the win. That's fired up the crowd too. And it's with the judges now, Arch.
Yeah, it's those 5 judges will have their work cut out with the last exchange. Big first turn for Ramsey. Again, just, great, excellent work to get into that final section. And that pump, double pump, I mean, that's firing the beach, it's firing the tower, and it's firing the booth. I mean, it's good to see those guys answering back. It's, not giving up, that's the fighting spirit, a bit of a, warriorship.
Yeah, in a way, it might be sort of recency bias. You'd almost love to see those the other way around, with the bigger turn coming at the end. I don't know if the judges play into that as much as we do, but when you finish super strong, the first turn felt a bit crisper.
Yeah.
A little softer the second section. It was a nice maneuver that he did, but the wave just lacked a tiny bit of power. Let's see where this goes score-wise. It's going to be really crucial.
Yeah, so it's a last wave for Tim Bissot. It's increasing his backup. So he's sitting now on that 6.7 and 4.6, and we're waiting on Ramsey. The requirement from Rams is 6.11. So he's turning, he's looking, he's anxious because that's good. You could tell, by the body language that he's pretty happy with that last score.
Well, you couldn't tell if he's happy or angry, actually. They look quite angry, but it's a happy anger.
Yeah.
It's gone into the lead. It's not a big one. And what an entertaining heat this is now. Final couple of minutes have been electrifying. Ever since Bissot smashed out that 6. Here he goes again on the front foot. Bang. With speed. Couple of turns. Won't get a third one. That'll leave Ramsey with the lead and priority in the lineup. 5.07 the requirement for Bissot. Our first order of business for the judges. Was that worth a 5, Arch?
No, they be comparing with just that 4.6 they just gave him, a couple of minutes ago. I'd like to see that replay because, he really put everything on the board, just powering, surfing as usual from Tim Bissot, but maybe a little bit of a, drag on the rail. So we'll see. The 5 judges, they'll definitely be taking the time. It's just going to be maybe a little bit short there for Tim Bissot. If we could have found a third one, could have been the score, but... So he just got a 4.77, so it's not enough for Team B. So Ramsey is still in the lead, and with that all precious priority, looking at his watch, it's looking good for the Moroccan so far, but there's been a flurry of wave, Paul, in the last couple of minutes.
It's been really entertaining this last 5. Look at those scores, how close they are. So the highest individual score with Tim, but the backup, crucially, from Ramsey is higher, and Tim is still sitting on a 4.77. That's what's costing him 90 on the clock priority with Ramsey. Tim Bissot needs a multiple wave set. He needs Ramsey to go on the first one and something behind, or he needs to take something that Ramsey will let him go on, and then may be able to find some points. Let's see, looks like we've got a set here. Could this be the turning point from Tim's point of view, or the place where Ramsey can seal it? The wave stood up on the outside bank here, and Ramsey will use it here. So here he goes. A little crease to this wave, not loads of potential. All right, something of an opportunity now for Bissot. 50 on the clock, and the next wave is crucial. Let's just remind ourselves the number, 507 is all he needs. It's not a huge number, but when you're in these kind of conditions with not a lot of time on the clock,
both 5-star with the fighting spirit. We like that, Paul, because they never gave up. Ramsey, when Team B got that 6.67, he was in a place of bother, but what an answer. And then Tim got an opportunity to take back the lead in a matter of a few minutes. So they're not giving up at all, but with that clock ticking away, Team B is looking at that wave. I think there's not gonna be anything. I see something turns around, that not enough, Paul.
Yeah, and it's Ramsey, previous winner here in Anglet, who will be into the final. A really close heat, highly enjoyable. That could have gone either way, really, scores-wise. You got to say, if Tim had got the nod, you wouldn't really have said there's not too much in it. But Ramsey just managing to just stay in the heat in terms of gave up that lead to Tim, and he would have been a bit frustrated and just kept his head in the game and inserted himself back into the lead.
They tried everything on that last ride, but he knew that wasn't enough. He survived the heat yesterday against Marco Migno. He said it in the interview in the booth. He had a close heat, but this time he went his opponent way. Good win for Ramsey, good win for the points, good win for the confidence, and great surfing from the Moroccan. As you said, Paul, he won here before, and he's looking at ease in those small conditions that he knows perfectly.
Flying high in the challenges, as we mentioned, 6 on that tour. This competition will count towards qualifying for the challenges next year in 2023. Of course, if he gets on the CT, he won't need that. He won't need that spot. Plenty of surfing yet to come between now and then. Brooke will make his way back up. Quick debrief with his coach and start thinking about the final. Start thinking about who he's going to be surfing against. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be one of a new pairing of Johan Duru. A couple of laps of the championship tour, taking on Gassi and Delahaye. That's going to come at you right after this quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more live action from finals day of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet.
Hop, hop. Hey, vous là-bas.
Quand je te vois, je ne sais pas ce qui m'arrive, mais je fais n'importe quoi. Quand je te vois, ton doux parfum m'enivre, et je suis dingue de toi.
C'est vrai.
Pourtant tu sais, le long de la semaine, je sais me tenir à carreau.
Bah j'espère bien.
Oui, je suis dingue de toi.
Allez, viens.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
The beach goes out to Louis Oil. The seed has erupted at lower trestles.
And we back for semi-final number 2. Romain Lollet also back in the booth with a great matchup again with Gatien Delahaye in blue against Johan Duru. A couple of waves served during that break. No major score came down, but you know, the surfers choosing to stay busy, which, you know, probably a good thing considering the condition, Roman.
Yes, not much for now, but we saw an air attempt from Gatien in blue. I think we're gonna have 2 different styles of surfing in this heat. Johan surfing on his backhand with strong turns and basic surfing. Gatien might try to go in the air a bit more modern than Johan, of course, because he's surfing on his forehand, and it's a bit tight to dag big carves and strong turns on your forehand on softer waves. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to pick the right ones, and we'll also keep the nerves, let's say, without any pressure, because there's a lot of points to earn if you make the final in this 3000 QS.
Yeah, no stranger to pressure. This man on screen, Johan Duru, has been on the World Tour Championship a few years ago. He's trying to make his way back to the elite, so he's gotta have the win here. Whereas Gatien here on screen, he's already doing the challenge. That was his first wave, well surfed. Good finish, Tulsi. Different angle from the same first wave from Gatien. We thought like that wave from Ramsey in the preview was gonna be just a warm-up wave. It proved the keeper. Here a bit of a different story for Johan. It's gonna be hard on his backhand, but we saw surprisingly during the past heat that those backhand surfer managed to go really also big vertical, and that one single maneuver we saw yesterday, the big scoring on one maneuver nearly paid off for Team Bissau with the best scoring of the heat. So, you know, that's a definitely a sign or something to keep in mind for Johan Duru.
Yes, exactly, and we just saw Johan picking a pretty nice wave, tagging 3 turns throughout this one. Johan knows with his long experience that he has to wait for the best wave in this heat. Oh, let's watch Gatien first, what he did on this one.
Yeah, nice first turn, really light on his feet. Just the wave died down under him, but it was a good start. I'm sure he's a bit disappointed with the way that wave unfold on the sandbank, whereas Johan also got a decent sized wave. Tried to get some turns in, well surfed, but probably, you know, nothing major, no big scoring there. It's gonna stay in the 4-point range, and we know they can do way better on a single maneuver.
Johan has a nice technique to link those turns in a small pocket of the wave. It comes out as a 5.17. We do have someone on the mic.
Yeah, someone with Caroline Saran, winner of the last hits. Take it away, Caro.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Ramsey, winner of the first hit of the men, first semi-final. Ramsey, you were saying it was really hard, really small, very slow in your hit. It all happens pretty during the last minute with the exchange with Tim. How were you feeling out there?
Well, I was feeling good, and yeah, it's dropping really fast, especially with the lower tide. There's not a lot of energy out there, and I feel like our heat was even slower than the girls' heat, so it was hard. Try to put some scores like all the contests early, and then Tim got this one turn. I guess he did a pretty good turn. He got almost a 7, which was, wow, I don't know, it kind of like, yeah, he took the lead, and I knew I had to come back with something, at least a 6 something. and I did. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked the wave came, and I did it. I mean, I fought my ass off, and and yeah, I made it to the final, and game on. Now it's all in. It's the last heat of the event, so.
Well, and did you change anything from yesterday as the swell dropped and the conditions changed? Did you change your equipment or your strategy or anything?
Pretty much the same. Like I told you yesterday, try to catch waves early, and no, and I actually have the same board. It's pretty good. It's a magic board, epoxy all the way. 4 feet yesterday, 1 to 2 foot today. It still works. So yeah, same board, same strategy, and same goal.
Well, we'll let you have some rest for the final and wish you good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, guys. See you later. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
Great fighting spirit from Ramsey, because when that score came for Team Bissau on that single turn, he didn't give the weapons down. He managed to find another good wave, and as Caroline was saying, in the matter of 5 minutes at the end of the heat, there was like 5 or 6 wave surf for each surfer, so they really answer back, and that's a well-deserved win for Ramsey, and he won here in 2017, I think, so he's looking good for another win here on the shores of Anglet, as we see Johan Duru paddling against a rip. Yeah, that's one thing he knows, being from Leland and this corner of the world. Bit more rip on the lower tide, Roman, so that's also gonna come into play.
Yeah, but they know they're used to those conditions, as you mentioned. They surfed here since the beginning of the week also, so the current is less stronger than the previous days. Let's see what Gatien has to prove on this one. Looks like he's going to take it in the air, complete maneuver. Pretty nice little air reverse from Gatien, trying to score his first real wave. Counting right now a 3-5 and a 2-5. Johan has the lead, but not by far. So it's going to be a tight battle again in this one.
Yeah, different approaches. Gatien really sitting on the inside and well executed, making sure he's going beyond that white water, which really secure kind of surfing. And he could have put a bit more energy at the beginning of the wave, but probably wanted to get a first decent score on the board. Huh?
Yes, building your confidence also is important. He had nothing on the scoreline prior to that wave, so let's see if he finds the rhythm in this hit.
Yeah, then again under priority, as you were saying, building his score, building his momentum, as Johan found, good looking wave, strong turns. You can hear the crowd clapping. They love that kind of surfing. Johan, we're gonna have a replay because we missed a little bit on the first opening turn, which is important in terms of getting the right score. It's part of the criteria. As soon as you stand up, the first turn is sometimes the money turn where the judges want to see the risk taking. That was just Gatien wave on the inside, another angle. Great light surfing, precise. And Johan on a slightly bigger wave, more of a check turn, and that was a way better turn. And then he managed to find, a bit of a pocket on the inside. So Romain, like, bit of work for the judges, trying to make, the points of difference between maybe the air we just saw from Gatien, which was probably his best wave, and that 3 to 4 turn wave from Johan.
Yeah, this wave is going to be the game changer. I think it's going to get to the pretty high. Let's see here, Gatien struggling to earn a bit of speed. And it comes out as a 7.0 for Johan, so taking a stronger lead now. It was pretty well surfed and really smart. He's a smart surfer and very experienced also. Johan, he knew he had to wait for those big ones. He's a heavy surfer. He struggles sometimes in those tiny waves, so his strategy right now is to pick the best one and surf them at its best. He's really powerful, fast also, with a low gravity center. Gatien will struggle a little bit. He's a tall guy. He needs to take it to the air and combo with some major turns. So the heat is now over, but it's going to be a tough battle.
Do you think he needs to change his strategy? We saw him trying to get to the air, but obviously those two strong turns from Johan Dury paid off. So does he need to move to the outside, sit with Johan and wait for a set wave, or can he continue on getting wave, more on the inside, the easier ramps?
Now, obviously, his first strategy didn't work out, so he needs to sit a little bit more and pay attention to those major waves, higher waves. He has the second priority, which is not fantastic in terms of strategy, but let's see. There's still 16 minutes and 30 seconds in this heat. Gatien needs to wait for a big set wave and go for broke if he wants to hunt the Landais, the Schauch.
And there's good lines approaching. Gatien is going to be paddling, but sure enough, Johan Dury is going to use his priority. He's taking a bit of speed. So good move from Gatien in terms of strategy and priority, pushing Johan to take that wave with no potential. So he's back out the back with priority and with 15 minutes remaining. So no surfing there, but change in the priority, which could have some consequence for the remaining of the heat.
A bit of a mistake from Johan, because Gatien was looking pretty deep in this wave. Couldn't make the section, I'm quite sure. Let's see now if Gatien can find the gold out there and clinch a nice score. He scored a 5.17 on the last air reverse, so he's not far from Johan. He actually needs a 7.0 to jump back to the lead. So it's going to be pretty interesting to watch this second part of the heat.
Okay, we're going to have a quick interview on the beach, then welcome a special guest in the booth. Take it away, Carol.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Tessa Thyssen. Tessa just scored a third place in the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. I know you're disappointed not to go in the final, because as a surfer you always want to go higher and get the first place. But it's still a good result for you, and you're going to get some points for the seeding.
Yeah, I feel like I was ready mentally and physically, and with my surfing I feel like I was ready for the final, but you have to go step by step. In this heat I wasn't in the rhythm and I fell a lot, so it's on me. But I'm really happy with all the heats I made until here, and I feel like it's just making me grow for the next one, so I feel like I'm constructing everything to go up and step by step for next one.
Okay, talking about next one, what's the next objective? What's coming up next after this event?
I hope I'll make it into the Challengers, Ericeira, then Brazil. And in between, I hope there will be Azores, because we don't have a lot of opportunities to do a lot of competitions, I feel like, in Europe. So I hope they'll put more competitions so that we can have more opportunities to get onto the Challengers, to qualify onto the Challengers.
Well, thank you, Tessa, and hope we'll see you in the Challengers during the next of the year.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Congrats, Tessa. Thanks, Caro, for the interview. And we're welcoming in the booth Justin Becret.
Salut.
Bonjour, Justin. Thanks for joining us. So you've been on the contest. How did you do? And what's your state of mind today?
I'm here watching and cheering for my friends. Johan's doing a great job. Ramsey made the previous heat. It's been a bit of a tougher one for me. Tessa was talking about rhythm. I couldn't find mine in my heat. I had a good score and I missed the backup.
Okay. Well, that's
things that
competitive surfing, unfortunately, sometimes.
For sure.
And well, What's your program? Tessa was saying, she's looking forward toward the Challenger series as we have Garcia on screen. Good turn. So what's the rest of the year, rest of the season for you?
We have a bit of a low in September, so I'm gonna stay here and train a lot. If there's a swell in Europe, I'll try to go there, like be on a couple swells. But yeah, just train for Portugal and Brazil and Azores, the next couple contests coming up.
Cool.
Pretty excited.
Cool. As we have, another way from Garcia, just cat-like surfing, really doing his best on that tiny 2-foot wave, Roma. Difficult condition, but they're adapting fast with the last score coming down. Still Johan in the lead with that, definitely that set wave. He's been patient, and patience is paying off today.
Yeah, I think Gatien thought the wave was really had a really good shape. Unfortunately, it flattened pretty fast. The first one was really nice, but went out as a 3.57. So now Johan controls the heat with the lead and also the first priority. It's going to be tough for Gatien. Still plenty of time. And wanted to ask to Justin, is it not too difficult to mix those two ranks, I mean the Challenger Series and also the European season for next year? How do you manage to compete once in the Challenger and here for the next season also on the European Championships?
Yes, well, just makes a lot of contests, which I like. I'd rather have a lot of contests than none. Oh.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, good air, hein, Gastien? Good one.
Yeah.
As I was saying, no, it's been good. I've been enjoying it.
You're still young. You have a lot of energy, so you can surf
yeah, for sure.
3 events a month.
Yeah. No, I love it. The more, the better. Huh? But no, it's been obviously difficult to switch. Like the level on the challengers is so high. It's unbelievable. Not saying that there's no level here, because of course there is. Look at this again.
Yeah, and Gatien was runner-up on the Challenger in
sure.
South Africa,
No,
of course.
We Europeans on the Challenger, we're doing pretty great at the moment, for sure.
But your state of mind, you don't have the same goals, obviously, on the Challenger and the European season.
Yeah, my goal this year, last year, was to qualify for the Challengers, which I did, so it was great. And I just wanted to try and push my surfing in the Challengers this year, and I still have a couple of opportunities to do so in the next couple events. And yeah, I've been trying to push it in try to get higher scores and try to just overall surf better, improve my surfing.
And who impressed you the most during that week of competition? I mean, you're here for the finals day. You probably watch also the boys surfing yesterday. So who's your pick? I mean, we're getting to the final, but throughout the week, who impressed you the most in the boys division?
Yesterday I wasn't there. I was surfing all day. It was pretty good on where I live in Osegor, so I didn't really watch. Sorry, boys.
Yeah, no problem.
But no, I would say Ramsey's being pretty impressive this year.
Yeah.
And yeah, Joan's doing great, as we can see. Every time he gets a wave, he's getting scored, like he's dropping times.
Yeah, and we got another big score that came down for that big air of Gatien, a 6.3, but still under, Johan best scoring wave. So they'll be looking at both increasing those scores on those backup. Another tight heat. We had a tight heat between Ramsey and Tim before. We're gonna have another look at that last good. And How's the amplitude there? It seems to growing to grow into take more risk into the air. He got that 517 on a smaller air. Now it's got that more amplitude. So he kept on that same strategy after all.
That's the game he needs to play, and Johan knows he's unsafe with Gatien looking for big closeout waves. He does not need to find the perfect wave, just a big closeout to throw a huge air and take the lead back. So Johan and Gatien plays on different game. You see, Johan is trying to find those long waves instead of Gatien picking up all the big ones that close out to go to the air. So it's going to be quite dangerous till the end, I think.
Does he need to mix his air? I mean, through a bit of variation, because he's gonna get like that straight air. Does he need to put a rotation or a grab to increase that score line?
It's always better to mix it up, huh? I mean, but it's hard to find the right section to do so. Out there, it's pretty weak, to be honest. And Gatien did a great job of finding that leap on the last one, and I hope for him that he's gonna find another one. Let's see.
Yeah, he's up and riding, trying to nice reverse complete it. Yeah, so that's gonna be a nice combo.
This is gonna be tough.
That was a good one.
Yeah. We were just
Tough
talking
on the
about
judges.
the variation and which area of your surfing we seeing some aerial surfing. Which part of your surfing has you've been working on specifically? Airs, rail game, or anything specific?
I've been working on increasing my speed overall.
Okay.
And yeah, small wave surfing has always been a tough one for me.
So you had plenty of opportunity this summer. We had like nearly a flat summer, so change of equipment, getting the fine tune on a small boards, small wave boards, or.
Yeah, for sure. I've been working with Darren DHD on a couple of epoxies, and it's been going good. Still working on it.
Okay, good. So with 5 minutes, a little bit of 5 minutes remaining in that second semi-final, Joanne Duru still in control, but we're waiting on that last score for Gatien, and it came in at Romain.
Was that
you
a
better eyes
4.33?
than, yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, so judges want bigger waves, definitely. It was pretty well surfed from Gatien, quite impressive with the little air reverse in the open face of the wave, managing to add a little tag at the end.
He's gonna go, you can tell by the paddling. Join up and riding, bit of speed, first nice turn, quick in the pocket, but nothing much on offer on that dying wave, on that sandbank. We getting closer from the low tide, so difficult condition you were saying, Justin, but adaptation is key.
For sure, that looked like a good one actually. I was like, oh, it looks like a bigger wave, bigger set wave, and some I was just hoping for the wave to pick up a little bit.
Wall up,
Yeah, but the current sometimes cut the wave in two parts, and it's tough to anticipate those kind of things. I think you surfed pretty small waves also during your heat here in Anglet. You did a pretty high score and couldn't find another one. It's tough to manage this in the heat here.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to find a backup or even sometimes find a wave. I've seen guys not get even one score in some heats.
Here's the heat recap. Just game on straight away for Gatien, getting busy early in the heat, trying to find a couple of good waves. He did well. Joan Duru played the patient game, but couldn't find on the first few waves some good walls, whereas Gatien was really unloading on the inside.
He really kept busy. He caught 13 waves, which is amazing.
But that was the best scoring wave of the heat. Happy with his performance. That was a 6.8 7 for Joanne, whereas Gatien chose to take the air on a different ride here, more on turns. But
You see the difference of the size of the wave. Johan went really smart by taking his time and waiting a little bit longer outside. And of course the rail game of Johan makes the difference when he finds a huge wall like that.
Yeah, he was lucky also to get that last section, you know, that walled up and, you know, probably increase that score by 1 or 1.5 points to reach the 7-point mark, where Gatien, you know, obviously was going to take it to the air. Just good flair, good altitude and perfect control.
Yeah, and judges appreciated, obviously, they went he way on top of the lip instead of this one, the last wave. That's why it came only as a 4.33. But watch out, seems like something has been surfed during the recap. And looks like Gatien found a pretty nice wave.
Yeah, and he takes the lead back. So
yeah. We had like Johan taking that wave, but losing priority with 5 minutes, and that's Gatien just going mental, bit more projection, bit more, you know, and he's happy, clapping, and he got that score.
Yeah, he went really fast. Maybe it's tough to judge from the screen, also the action, and maybe the speed of Gatien and the projection of the tail above the lip maybe made the difference. 6-6-7, so now he's taking the lead back from Johan, and Johan sits with the first priority, looking for a 6.1. 1 minute left.
Yeah, it was all about taking that risk, and we said it earlier on in our first couple of rotation or reverse. He was a bit slower on the face there. He took the, you know, full pump, and that was rewarded. Maybe that's what the, you know, the point or the extra 2 points of difference came, and again busy.
Again, taking it to the air.
Yeah, that's his
sticking to his
strategy.
guns.
Of course, you know this game, Justin.
Yeah, I try to.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining. Luca Border of on the Duru clan is paddling. Maybe he saw something. Harder paddle. I mean, he needs a side wave. He needs something big. He needs a 6.10 to advance. He's got another 5. He needs to stand up before the buzzer. I think that's it. It's Gatien will be surfing against Ramsey in the final, but good fight for Johan. Obviously disappointed, but difficult condition. We said it, and that low tide's not helping.
Yeah.
Couldn't do much more. He picked the right waves. He surfed pretty well. He couldn't block also Gatien on all those closeout. It was not the strategy he wanted to do. So well done from Gatien.
Yeah,
Pretty nice result.
Going on to his, I don't know, 5th final of the year.
Yes, amazing.
He's been on every single final, I swear. Did the final in the 10,000. Great on him, huh?
Yeah, his mindset is pretty solid right now. And he's gonna fight against another informed surfer, Ramsey, in the final. It's gonna be a matchup to watch, definitely.
Yeah, we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna have the finals, and soon we give you the update on the timing, letting all the girls and the boy rest before those final heats. Happy Gatien giving a shaka to the camera. Thanks, Justin, for
thank you guys
for coming and
pleasure.
sharing. You
Always.
know.
Yes, always. You want to say a little shout out to your father working hard this summer?
Yes, for sure.
Well, see you pretty soon in Azores.
Yes.
You're gonna smash it.
I hope so.
Yeah, aerial view. Time to regroup for the finalists. So we've got Ramsey and Gatien pretty soon. And in the girls, we'll have first the women with some waves still. You know, that's the thing. There's plenty of opportunity out there, even if it's. And we're gonna have a quick commercial. We'll see you right after this.
Rip curl.
Allez, Thuram, ça arrive, ça arrive, vite, 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 vite. Allez, champion, lève-toi, pousse, 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 pousse.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The seed has erupted at lower trestles.
Welcome back to Finals Day live coverage from the Rip Curl Pro Anglet, and just the 2 heats remaining, the 2 most important ones. We're going to see first of all our women's final, followed by our men's. It all comes down to this clutch moment in careers and a crucial event on the calendar for securing those important points, putting yourself right up the rankings and setting up what's looking to be a strong finish to an enjoyable summer of European surfing. And here to break down all of the big talking points, our local hero, Romain Lollet. Archie Sheikhat, a hero in lots of other ways, super local. How are we feeling about what we've seen this morning, guys?
Well, some nice surfing in softer conditions. We do have warriors surfing in those heats. Yolanda Hopkins, an impressive surfer. Ariane Ochoa, the strategic surfer. We do have Ramzi, of course, from Morocco, surfing with some tight surfing. And then Gatien Delahaye taking it to the air, so this is unbelievable.
To remind ourselves of the semis, Archie Ariana just looked sort of deadly from the opening minute of that heat, and she never really looked back from there.
Yeah, there's extra point for fighting spirit in the semi-final. It was true for the women and true for the men, but Ariane just never, seemed to lost control of the heat, whereas Anat Leila was a bit too quiet, too picky at the beginning of the heat, and managed or left the jams to Ariane Ochoa, who did the damage early in the heat and kept on increasing, building the house in terms of score, and kind of shut the door at midway. Even if Anat got a decent score there, came back a little bit on the heat, but she looked really out of rhythm compared to yesterday.
Yeah, much smoother conditions early on, but a real clear game plan from our bass surfer Ariane Ochoa. Picked the best ways right from the beginning and found all of the best sections. And Nat Lelo was too choosy, really. First 10, maybe 15 minutes of the heat. And she just really didn't leave herself quite enough time. You have a feeling if you had another half hour to run of the heat, she would have got scores a lot closer. But ultimately, it's all about doing the business in the 30 minutes, Roman.
Yes, and she didn't play the same game as yesterday. She was, as you said, too picky. I think instead of Ariane, went to surf each single wave that made it through the lineup. And at the end, it was a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Israeli surfer. We couldn't bet this before this hit because she was so impressive yesterday, attacking the lips so much and looking pretty tough to beat. But Ariane impressed us by her smooth surfing and really strong attack on her backhand.
Yeah, solid result nevertheless for her Nat, but it is something
we've yet to see from her is really just to bring her very best on finals day when it counts the most. And how many surfers have we seen down the years been able to make incredible careers out of basically just kind of bubbling over in the early rounds and then really bringing it home where it counts. Speaking of which, in our other women's semi-final, our surfer Tessa Thiessen made a few opportunities, but really it was a little bit of an unstoppable force in the form of Yolanda Hopkins, who just caught a ton of waves and was just relentless. There wasn't really a section that was left without getting the treatment at any point in this heat.
Yeah, extra point we said for the fighting spirit, but also on the energy level. Look at how she's committed and just really pushing. She used every bit of energy on that wave, but she made her own with, great surfing. That was also, like a state of mind.
Well, man, you see a lot of surfers on a softer wave, they can tend to sort of stand upright and look a bit disinterested. And by contrast, Yolanda is always the coiled spring, ready to attack.
So compact with a low gravity center. Tessa also, but I think the difference is the pump she makes in between each maneuvers. She gives so much effort, and she goes at 200% on each maneuver. That made the difference between her and Tessa. Tessa went a little bit too relaxed. I think she didn't adapt her surfing from yesterday to today to smaller waves, and it made the difference.
Yeah, compression, you see Yolanda really pushing on the feet, on the board, and just releasing at the top. She even managed to get some rails on those inside turns. So, kind of a logical win, and really great performance from Yolanda. It's going to be an interesting matchup, that final. But Portuguese are looking really in tune with that right-hander we had this morning.
Yeah, a winner over in Newquay in the Boardmasters. Yolanda Hopkins in another final here for her summer. Tessa Thiessen will be pretty stoked, I reckon, on an equal third. And it's a pretty solid result in a QS 3000. It will stand her in good stead on the ratings. And we just think about the number of waves caught. There's no maximum limit anymore on the QS. Hasn't been for a number of years. That's good news for surfers like Yolanda Hopkins, who does like to catch an awful lot of waves, and someone who made good use of catching waves, managing to turn the heat crucially with a good wide right-hander towards the back half of his heat. Is Gatien Delahaye. He's having a chat with Caroline.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Gatien from the Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. Congratulations! Finally, we had to get an interview. Yesterday we couldn't do it, but yeah, we were talking. It was a tough hit. Joan got the lead pretty much the whole time, and it all happens during the last minutes when you put the air games. So it was a bit tricky. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was a tricky one. The conditions were super small, and it was actually getting slower and slower. Joan took the option on waiting for the best one, the biggest ones, and me on my side, I just kept on surfing. I just wanted to keep the rhythm, and I wanted to be on every single wave that would come through. And yeah, I got the 7 point. I needed a really high score, so I kind of got lost. I didn't know what I had to do, if I had to stay on turns on the rail or keep on doing what I wanted to do, airs. And then I kind of stick to my game and kept on doing what I was doing, and it came my way. But yeah, that one was a close one, and I'm super stoked to make it to the final.
Yeah, it's a pretty good week for you this for now. You won the Surf de Nuit last Sunday with your partner from Dakar and Tia. And now all the way to the final. Looks like the wave of Anglet suits you good, suits your surfing. Now the final, do you have a special strategy, or are you just going to go and have fun?
Yeah, it's been an amazing week, and yeah, it's been great. I just want to keep on doing what I've been doing, and if I can take the win on this one, I'll do it. So yeah, see you guys in the final.
Well, good luck for the final. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Super. Can't wait to see how that one goes down. Just reflecting on that second semi a little bit as we get ready to start the women's final. There's a lot of tension here, right? Just on the beach, just a quite big crowd. Feels like half of Osagor is down here off the surf crew. And one of those kind of almost like those kind of split packs, with Gatien, obviously a lot of friends around here. Joanne grew up in this part of the world and knows a lot of people as well. And it was pretty tense down on the beach. There wasn't a load of noise going on, but everyone very much just watching that closely. And it just kind of gave us sort of an extra sense of sort of how crucial it is at this stage to make the final in a QS 3000.
Yeah, especially with the family, the coaches, the different gangs, and they you know 20, 30 meters apart. I mean, they're good friends, but you know when in time comes to finals, you know there's no friendship anymore. You know it's they building that bubble. They're giving the last instruction, shouting or waving the boards for situation and positioning. So obviously as much tension in the water than on the beach. You're no stranger to this. Romain, as you're coaching a lot of guys and girls on tour, so it's you know tension for all the teams.
Yes, definitely, and I can tell you the men's final is going to be really intense on the beach and in the water, as we saw one wave already with Yolanda Hopkins opening this final.
Yeah, Yolanda, no real surprise there that she got the first wave of this final. Let's break it down. She goes on the rail. Not a great opening wave, but a reasonable one to get on the board.
Not bad.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Not bad, you know, to gain a bit of confidence. She looks really eased. She's in form. She's going to be really tough to beat, I think. She's the powerhouse surfer of this heat. Let's see if Ariane on her backhand can maybe verticalize a little bit more her turns than Yolanda. It's going to make maybe the difference.
So knowing, we kind of think we know what we're going to get from Yolanda Hopkins. We're expecting a high wave count, a lot of manoeuvres packed in on those waves, that kind of just relentless aggression. What's Ariane Ochoa? What does she need to do? Like we mentioned that she got a quick start in the previous heat. Obviously, she'd hope for something like that. But in terms of her on-wave surfing, she needs to find the juiciest sections, right? Well, let's see exactly what she can do as we're watching live action here. And she'll go a little late and not super convincing into her first turn. So advantage just from the opening exchange will be with the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, she needs to find, I reckon, those set waves to be able to wrap that turn. We saw her digging the rail. She needs, you know, to be on the right timing and just unload her backhand attack. As we saw a little bit Joanne against Gatien. She needs to be patient, find that set wave, and hopefully get a big turn or a couple of big turns in to increase her, you know, to get the scores. But obviously, with Yolanda Hopkins on the tail, it's gonna be a hard one.
It's a little bit of a rematch of what we saw on the previous hit with Joanne and Gatien. You know, on your backhand, it's a little bit tough to surf those smaller waves. So maybe she'll need to wait for those bombs, those higher waves, to gain more speed from the beginning of the wave to tag a few higher turns.
Feels like with this lower tide, we've got that sort of sucky section towards the dig there, towards the jetty, and certainly on the backhand, that's a real tight kind of opening sort of speed run to be able to make, to find yourself out on the face. Our surfers by now will have had, well, surfed numerous heats out on this. They'll have a really good read on the bank. And essentially, it is a game of wave selection. You get yourself into the final, you know you've got the surf skills, you've got the talent, you've had the preparation, your equipment's dialed in, all of those have been ticked off. You need to find two good waves.
Yeah, two good waves, and it's getting a bit slower. First scores, you know, are 1 point for Ariane and 3.17 for Yolanda, but a bit more on the horizon with priority for Yolanda. That's a good-looking wave for the Portuguese. See what she does there. Big first turn. Ooh, that's looking good for, you know, the first probably mid to higher mid-range score. So good wave selection. She's been patient, and with 25 minutes remaining, that could be the first, you know, score of importance. With the aerial view, tagging, you know, that strong turn, second turn. So definitely, you know, could be a keeper. good check turn, and probably the best term of the ride there. Unfortunately, no inside to get that a third turn in.
Not an easy way to surf. When it stood up, we thought, okay, here we go, game on here, but didn't have much of a pocket on it. She managed to stay in that pocket. Whoa, that was nice. Ochoa with an immediate reply, and how dearly she would have loved the second section. But just the one tight turn. Good number in for Hopkins, gets a 6.17. So surfing super tight in the pocket and already applying heaps of pressure onto Ochoa.
Yeah, I think it's much more difficult to surf on your forehand than on your backhand in those type of conditions, because you can tag really strong turns on your forehand, as we saw here. Janire. Ariane Ochoa tagging a pretty nice vertical turn, much more easier on your backhand. But what impressed me from the previous wave of Yolanda is the speed she carried all the way through the wave, and she managed to combo 2 turns without any loss of control, and it was really impressive from her.
We saw her watching Ariane wave paddling back out, anxious look. Is she gonna get that second turn? Ooh, no, she didn't. So she's in the lead with priority. So far, all good for Yolanda, but still early days. 30 minutes final, but great surfing from both of the girls, and Yolanda a bit deep there, but just maybe using that priority a bit too early, but
yeah, a little over-exuberant there. Was behind the section and unable to add much. She'll surrender priority. Ochoa now with a chance to come back here. We'll just get another look at that, and you can see she having a little look around, and she knew this section was already kind of dropping, but she was kind of committed at that point. Flicks in a quick maneuver. Ochoa now out in the lineup. She'll feel a little bit better after a previous effort, but still was only a 3.5, so she needs quite a bit more where that came from. First turn was really, really nice. She does need a wave with another section, and getting those 2-turn combinations in, it sounds easy when you're from here and you just need to find a section, do 3 turns. But when you're out in the water and the waves are small and running pretty quick, and also going soft pretty quick, it's actually fairly tricky to do. She did that really well in the first semi-final, which she dominated from the start against a very highly rated Israeli. Meanwhile, Hopkins might have a sniff here. Here goes Yolanda, up and swinging, building up speed, and then pushes. Wow, it was nice. Started off as a foam climb, put the board through the lip.
She's such a fighter. How much energy did she give?
Not much of a wave. We've seen so much of a repertoire as well. She's done like most of the different maneuvers you can, or attempted them, you can do without doing any airs yet. But she's basically showed us a little bit of everything. Such a well-rounded surfer.
She knows how to show the variety. She's not afraid to go on different kind of maneuvers, and she's really fun to watch.
Definitely, yeah. Ariane needs to be patient now. It's gonna come down to a set wave with enough face to go vertical, because on the smaller wave, those fast wave, she's gonna put her board too flat to get like a score above the 5. So anything with a nicer, more opening face, she'll be able to get more vertical, and that's the only way she can get ahead of Hopkins.
Yeah, I like that point. You think the score already from Yolanda got the 6.17. She's going to also improve her backup, even if, by her own standards, she's going to get a high 4 or a 5 or something like that, put on 11 points at least in this heat. So what does that mean for Ariane? She needs a couple of high 5s, essentially, minimum, to have any chance of winning this. And to get that, if she's just taken off on these waves that are dying out and just doing a dying turn on a wave on the end of the whitewater, she's going to stay in the 3s, essentially. So patience is key. And another one of those things, it's very easy from up here to go, hey, you've got to be patient when you're out in the water. The heart's going, the blood's pumping. You just want to surf. And
it's a lot of that mental game comes into play too.
Yeah, it's the expanding time. You know, when you're in the lead, that clock is like slowing down. You know, it can be cruel. And when you're not in the lead, it's just like that time is flying. So, you know, it's a difficult times. That pressure, we were talking about a long week of surfing contest, and you know they had to paddle. You know the physical, you know the energy they used yesterday in those testing conditions, but how's the mental playing into the tiredness factor, like surfing intense heat, it just draws a lot of energy out of you.
And you see those guys when they come out from the water, they're like super focused, still in the game. They don't want to show too much the emotions. They try to save as much energy as they can. It's part of the game, of course. It's a huge part of the game because all those surfers are pretty nice surfers technically. I mean, but then the mental game makes the difference, of course. And I think Yolanda is the one really dangerous in this heat because she can score on a bit anything. Ariane has a different type of strategy. She needs to wait for those good ones. And if Yolanda gets this into her mind, she knows how to block also Ariane. She will wait for those good ones and maybe take those ones from Ariane. Instead of Ariane, she has no choice. She has to wait for those good ones.
That's exactly what's happening. Under priority, she's paddling on pretty much every single wave that comes through the lineup, keeping busy, using all that piece of energy because that's the last heat of the day for her. So you might as well put it all on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. A really interesting final, the way it's set up already, and the contrasting sort of positions of our two surfers and how that plays into the tactics. And you talk about the role of coaching, and it's really big these days, and people like to start with a plan and a strategy, and you go through, you got it all dialed out in your head. Sometimes you get in the water, things change pretty quick. You've also got to be able to do a bit of thinking on your feet, so to speak. Sometimes that plan needs to go out the window, and you've got to just kind of surf on instinct. And we do see some surfers able, when they're back against the ropes a little bit, to kind of formulate their own plan, and others spend a lot of time kind of looking back at the beach and just looking a little bit out of sorts, like, what do I do next? Like, once again, it's very easy for me to just go, just got to go out and get 2 10s, basically. I mean, it's as simple as that, your strategy, but very much a different story in the water.
Oh, it's so tough. Sometimes you have to trust also the surfer because if he feels he needs to go there and not here, you have to trust him because, as you said, the instinct sometimes can't explain something that your eyes are seeing, as we see Ochoa riding this one, but not a good pick. So it's a tough job, honestly, to coach those surfers. Wow.
Great looking wave for Hopkins, belts it hard. She will sink the nose, but Ariane got the exact wave that we said she kind of didn't need to get, just that one sort of section that's dying out. By contrast, that was the runner. That was the wave, really, that Ariane Ochoa needed. It was a quick one. And she does have a chance to get priority again here, so maybe after a little slip, Yolanda won't be able to add to her score. She went incomplete, so it's kind of got off that a little bit because a bit of an error to use the priority on that wave there from Ariane.
Yeah, but still, really difficult to read those beach breaks, especially in small conditions. You got the low tide. You think that the first wave of the set is the best, and it comes out that the second one is way better. I think for Ariane, it's a good thing Yolanda didn't make that turn because that was, hit winner.
Lost it on the bottom turn. It looked like a little bit because she was on her way to smashing that. I mean, how many times have we seen her hit that close up? But it looked like she almost just lost a little grip on the bottom turn, and it put her a little lip into the lip there. But that's uncharacteristic from her.
But there are a few bumps created by this rip also on the bottom turn of the wave. So they should take attention from where those waves are forming. If they come from the northwest, it might give them a nice open face wave. If it comes from the middle, from the west, it might be interesting more in the middle of the beach on the right-hander. And then if the set comes from the southwest, it should be a closeout. So they should pay attention from where to the direction of those sets.
Beautiful view there of the pretty much the very bottom corner of Anglet. You see the phare, the lighthouse, which kind of marks the difference between Anglet and Biarritz, if I'm right.
Yes, you're right. You know that.
In the background, we can see La Rune and the mountains of the Pyrenees as they meet the coast and head down towards the border with Spain.
Exactly, and the river of Fontarabie.
And something of an overcast, cloudy Saturday. For the weather we've had this summer, everyone's actually kind of stoked. This is like, a cloudy day, thank you. Just a little bit of relief from just relentless heat. I think tomorrow it's jumping up again into the 30s, mid-30s. The heat's coming back, but today we're just a little bit of a chance to breathe.
Yeah, I saw like people dancing in the rain this summer with like probably 2 rains in a matter of 3 months. So it's a big change for this region. Usually so green and beautiful, and it's a drought in France, and here no difference. It's we're lacking those rain, but I'm sure it's gonna come back strong at us with a vengeance.
Yeah, we'll get 2 months of it. Yeah.
In the next 2 months. All right, and Yolanda again getting busy, trying to really do more damage, which she won't do on that tiny little right. 14 minutes remaining, still in the lead, and Ariane is still looking for 5.85, which is not a huge requirement. She can do easily that on a single turn, but then she needs that set wave, really. That we said it since the beginning of the day.
She wants to keep the rhythm and forcing a little bit too much this turn on this tiny wave. But the most important, she wants to keep this fighting spirit, the rhythm, and
The other thing, of course, if you're just catching waves from under your opponent's priority, particularly you've got the lead and you can afford to do that anyway, you're not just sitting there kind of getting inside your own head and overthinking things, you're just surfing. I mean, we always say that people surf their best in the heat when they're just free surfing and being natural. And if you're just constantly paddling, catching waves and surfing them, you'll have that kind of rhythm that you would typically have when you go out and surf. Like, these surfers at this level aren't used to going to free surf and just sitting there and not catching waves. They're generally speaking, when they're free surfing, they're busy all the time. And so another thing in the favour of Yolanda is she's surfing a little more like she would naturally do so. For Ariana, she's got to sit there and that score that she needs, okay, 5.85, all these things going through her head, and it's tough to deal with that kind of stuff.
And the ocean is constantly moving, and if you stay too much static, sometimes you go against the element. And it's clearly the game plan of Yolanda, staying active in the rhythm.
I do like the wry smile from Ariana. That's a bit of a trademark of her. She has that expression, whether winning, losing, whether things are going well or not. Just that kind of wry grimace.
Poker face.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. She's
Is that a smile? Or
yeah, it's somewhere between the two. But she's always going to be competitive, never going to give up. Like we mentioned, very well coached, a great surfer as well. That's how she's in the final. And, you know, we're talking about the lead of Yolanda and how the energy is with her. The numbers are still low, right? Yolanda's still in single figures for 2 ways out of 20. So plenty of opportunity for Ariana Ochoa with just under 12 on the clock. But at some stage, with a bit of a lull and time ticking away, that time pressure will start to add as well on the surfer chasing the score.
Yeah, to reflect also on what Romain was saying, the tide range has increased from the beginning of the week. We were really with a flat tide range Monday, Tuesday, and now we're getting more of a big difference between low and right, and that affects by the minute, nearly every 30 minutes that sandbank will deliver different wave, different angle of wave. So you really got to adapt and choosing position at the beginning and the heat might not be the perfect positioning by the end of it.
Yeah, and when the frequency of the waves gets lower, of course, when there's only 11 minutes in this heat, it's really stressful for the surfer position in the second place.
So just under 11 to go in this. Hopkins still with the lead. Ariana Ochoa with a bit of work left as yet in front of her. But as we mentioned, there aren't hugely significant numbers. And she's just got to back herself, really, try and stay confident. And wait for those opportunities to come through. In some ways, the task is made slightly easier for the fact that she knows she needs a little bit of quality, mid-range scores, so wait for sets, try and find some decent opportunities to come through and provide her with a chance to possibly go all the way for a big win here in Anglet. And while we enjoy this women's final, we'll just pick out a little reposition here. Ariana Ochoa does have prio. Let's see if she'll use it here. I think she might. And a good chance to get back into this heat here. Here goes our surfer out of the Basque Country with a big hit on the backhand, just overextended it slightly, and she really needed to make that. She'll go incomplete. Something of a missed opportunity or hand priority back to Yolanda Hopkins. Let's welcome Victoria Vergara into the studio to help us talk through the women's final. How are you doing, Victoria?
Good, thank you. How are you? Thank you for having me.
How are you enjoying, first of all, the contest here in Anglet, but today as well, you enjoying the action?
Yes, so much action's going on. I mean, final days. That's exciting.
You've been hanging down here as part of the Rip Curl team, of course, sponsoring this event. Been impressed with the level of the surfing from the boys and girls?
Yeah, I mean, everyone is ripping. The conditions seems a bit tough and tricky, but they managed to show some good surf. I mean, there is some good score coming up from the girls and the boys. So, yeah, it's a real show, and I'm happy to be watching it.
Well, it's been finishing off a really, really fun week. Just a little dial back in the energy from the waves today, but absolutely no reduction in the competitive intensity, certainly from this woman here, Yolanda Hopkins. Just relentless. It's a softer wave, though. There's not loads of points on offer, but nevertheless, she will squeeze absolutely every last drop out that Archie. That's classic, really, from Yolanda. That's what we've come to expect.
Yeah, she's trying to increase on her backup, and but then she's, as we said, trying to stay busy as much as she can. The priority is back to Ariane. She had a good opportunity, Ariane, on that good-looking right. Unfortunately, getting unstuck, not completing a maneuver. That was a set wave. It's exactly what she needed to overtake Yolanda. Unfortunately, not completing, a crucial turn.
So no mistakes from her, making sure she gets a completion as well. And just pushing really hard, pretty much on the limit of what these waves can offer.
Yeah, technically the work there is like spot on from Yolanda, really well prepared for this kind of contest surfing in small waves. It never gets that hard. It's always easier to show your surfing in bigger conditions. These are tricky and really technical. Don't know what you think, Victoria, about the level of surfing of Yolanda, but it's
I think it's really impressive, and the waves are really tricky. There is many waves coming, but it's hard to find the good one and the one that's gonna open up but still have the power. So I think that's why all the girls are like taking many waves. But yeah, I mean it's really impressive what they're doing out there.
And how about you? How's your summer going? It's been a nice warm one. We haven't had loads of waves here. You've been traveling. What have you been up to?
Yeah, so I was the months of July where we really had like really good waves and find some really good spot, and then travel a little bit to California, and then I just came back 10 days ago, and yeah, I mean there is few waves for sure. The weather is not as great as expecting, but
you've been finding yourself some long lefts up in Senyos?
Exactly, yep, somewhere up north.
I was watching your hit in California and get that close call from with the pier.
Yeah, that was scary. I actually broke my board doing the turtle duck dive that we're doing in longboard. My board broke in my hands, and I ended up swimming through the piers, and that was a nice adventure.
Good. So we got a nice wave from Ariane. She got like a couple of turns. So judges will be seeing the replay, will be thinking of that the scoring they will give to the Portuguese in red, because it's two Portuguese. And is that enough for a 6.2, you reckon, Paul and Victoria? We see the replay on screen. Smaller wave, first turn was a bit weak, bit of a better, but well, she's...
Yeah, the face expression.
Yeah, face expression. probably tells the story.
It's going to feel a lot better from her. That's the first kind of legit combo she's been able to put down in this in 25 minutes or so of surfing. So just it's going to feel, certainly from her point of view, give her a little more confidence. The 387 comes in, so just gets a marginal improvement really on her high score, and still searching for that 6-2.
Yeah, she has priority, so I think she's gonna wait for the set wave, and yeah, she can definitely do the 620. So just gotta be patient and having a bit of luck on the good waves coming.
Yeah, she needs to find that wave enabling to just to go vertical, but because that flat turns, you know, won't cut it. It's gonna keep her in the 3 or 4 point range, and she needs, you know, something above 6 absolutely to take the win here in Anglet. With 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, an anxious look at the horizon. She's probably praying to have something to play with.
Yeah, really, so far, there's not loads to separate these two. If you take out that 617 from Yolanda, she smashed that wave. Other than that, it's been kind of similar kind of quality waves, and not wildly dissimilar sort of surfing as well, but just that one real flash of quality allows the judges to sort of use the scale, and that puts quite a significant gulf between these two at the moment. That's 6-2 for Ariane. With priority right now, 4 on the clock, you're probably going to think her next wave is going to be crucial. She does need to be patient, but at the same time, only got 4 minutes left. Don't be too patient.
I know for Ariane, the time is like running, and for Yolanda, it must be super slow. It's always depends on which position you have in the heat, but.
And the aerial view is interesting because it shows you how difficult it is to read the lineup. It's a mix of wind swell, a bit of lingering long period swell. We had this yesterday, so plenty of balls and options, but no clean read on the lineup. Here an important way for Ariane. She needs to do something big there. That's way better, unfortunately. Yeah.
That could have been the opportunity right there.
Yeah.
Just gets one maneuver away. It wasn't super convincing. And she's unable to really commit the body throughout the turn. She's almost kind of pulled the turn a little short and just came out of it with significantly less speed. And then sometimes you get another little section double up, and that just had a crumble bit of white water. And she could kind of tell there wasn't much coming down the line, and just kind of reflected in her body language, really.
Yeah, that was definitely a good opportunity for her. Just bit late on that second section. It was hard to get that speed over that section. Did well to verticalize her surfing, but that probably won't be enough for a win today.
Well, let's see how she goes. 2.5 minutes on the clock. It's a very short paddle back. Priorities with Yolanda Hopkins. Sets coming through there. One thing we do know about Yolanda, even if she's got priority, she'll probably take a wave if she likes the look of it, because she'll back herself to improve her own score. We saw that in the first semi-final. So possibly, if we get a multiple wave set, maybe an opportunity for Ariane. She'll go this one here. She'll have a little look at it and realises that one's just cornering away. And if there's a surfer on either side of the draw, men or women, that you kind of wouldn't want to have priority over you and the lead in the last minute or so of a heat, I'm voting for Yolanda Hopkins. She's just relentless.
Yeah, really a body of energy. She really produces her own energy where it's lacking in the wave. It's probably what made the difference today. We're in that final where she really, yesterday she was feeding from the wave energy, just matching the 4 foot or 5 foot wave. Today she just changed and really produced that own energy, and it's paying off.
Just 80 seconds to go in this one. Ochoa still chasing that 6-2. And right now it does feel quite a long way away, unable to break out the threes thus far. Nevertheless, she will look back if she does end up as a runner-up on a brilliant performance, really. I mean, second place in the QS 3000 is a great result for her. Let's just watch this last set come through.
For the last minute.
Let's see if Yolanda will use the priority on this first wave. She will. So possibly out the back, an opportunity for Ariane. Wow, that was a really nice turn. Just the one maneuver, though. Might not be a huge improvement, if any,
on her backup score. Let's see what Ariane can do with 40 on the clock. Is there going to be a wave come her way? There she is. It's all going to come down to this. Well, the score did go up. She now needs a 7-3. Wow. Oh, it's a really nice second turn. But just prior to that, the score came in and we got a 5 for Yolanda. She improved the backup. And I didn't see a 7-3 for Ariane Ochoa. And it looks like it's going to be Yolanda Hopkins, our champion of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet.
Yeah, well deserved. She's doing well, increasing her score on that single turn. That's what the judges wanted to see all week, and she managed to find that gem on the dying second of the heat, making sure she got the win. Just strong surfing, good control, well surf, and fully deserved win for Yolanda.
Really enjoyable final, hotly contested. Hopkins just driving home that advantage. And Ariane Ochoa rallied pretty well with this. Nice combination from her. She just needed more like that and was a little unlucky in terms of opportunity. Nevertheless, runner-up, a great finish. Congratulations to Yolanda Hopkins. She is your champion of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet 2022. A second win of the summer. She won over in Newquay, in Cornwall. And she loves it. Congratulations. Muito parabéns, Yolanda.
Well deserved. Good surfing all week for sure.
That's going to wrap up our women's final. And it's been a really fun one. Victoria, just quickly, what's coming up for you? What's your plans? Hanging around, surfing around here, going traveling?
Yes, I think I might watch the finals in Trishul anytime soon. So yeah, hanging here for a little bit and then probably going to California.
That doesn't sound too bad. Great stuff. Thanks for coming in for the final.
Thank you.
So Yolanda Hopkins there. Big smile on her, darling. She'll make her way up the beach. And very, very impressive indeed, getting a big win in the QS 3000. She mentioned at the top of the season, it's crucial for her to get these performances and results, Archie, in the bigger events, in the QS 3000s, where it counts, where you can do the most damage in terms of points for the season. That's what she's done here. She's a champion.
Yeah, she's done, and she's looking good for the rest of the season. She will be, a threat in the Azores, and well-deserved win. Can carry her to the podium.
Yeah, the winner doesn't touch the sand.
Exactly. But what a performance from Yolanda all week. She did, win the heat yesterday with those strong turns, single move, but that was the strategy. That's what the judges wanted to see here in Anglet, and she did that again in that final, on that final wave, illustrating the strategy, and paid off as Ariane making her way back with the family, young generation.
All right, let's remind ourselves how this one went down. Hopkins from the get-go, just finding opportunity and squeezing them for every single point possible.
Yeah, busy. That's what was the strategy. Under priority, with priority, she took every opportunity out there. Every single wave coming to the Anglet shore was, something to work with Yolanda, and that was one of the, early best waves. She took about 15 waves, no maximum wave count on the final. Looking at Ariane there.
Yeah, you have to be so active in those conditions because you never know what the wave's going to do. So
yeah, that energy really paid off. Where Ariana, she had to do the waiting game because on the backhand. We know it's difficult, even on the smaller condition, trying to find a good open face to get that board vertical and wrap around the cut back or snap. But Yolanda, she could on her forehand just take everything and you mix it up too.
She had so much speed too.
So that was like the last attempt for Ariane. She got a couple of opportunity, Paul. She of sets but unfortunately, you know, getting that speed, getting around that first section was tricky, and it was probably Yolanda who get the best of at exchange in the dying minutes.
Yeah, ultimately disappointed with runner-up, but make a final in a 3000 is a really good chance you're going to get in contention for the Challenger Series come the end of the season, which will come in the spring when we wrap up in Portugal and end of March, beginning of April next year. But at the moment, it's all about this woman right here, Yolanda Hopkins, your Olympian from Portugal. Her mum's from Wales. She grew up there on the south side, down south of Portugal, the other side of Lisbon, in a place blessed with waves, and she has been impressive, a standout throughout the shores of Europe and beyond over the last couple of seasons, and it's paying off in terms of victories. That's her second for the summer, and she will be very pleased indeed with the way that went down, and those points will set her up to build a really good platform to get in the Challengers. Of course, Challenger Series action is not far away for Europe. Be back down in Portugal pretty soon at Ribeira de Las. That's all coming up from the 1st of October. Of course, as Victoria mentioned, we've got Rip Curl WSL finals as well, which is only in about, what, a week or 10 days' time, something like that. That's pretty exciting. Loads of good stuff coming at you on worldsurfleague.com.
Yeah, especially with Joanne Defay making it #2 in the world. It could be a big thing for French history. And before that, we've got Caroline Sarra on the beach.
Yeah, another rising star European surfer, Yolanda Hopkins. She's with Carol.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with the Rip Curl Pro Anglet winner, Yolanda from Portugal. Huge congratulations. You did a great job the whole event. You were consistent through all your hits. How are you feeling?
Oh man, it's incredible. I've been wanting to win a 3000 for a while, and yeah, this is the best feeling in the world. I just won another comp in England, 1000, but winning a 3000 is just a whole nother thing, and yeah, just super happy.
Yeah, you're going to secure your first place in the European ranking with a big advance now. What's the objective for the rest of the season now?
I mean, just carry on being consistent and yeah, just involving my surfing and hopefully taking to the world and at one point qualifying for the CT for Europe.
Well, congratulations again. I'll let you have some rest before the prize ceremony and go for the rest.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done, Yolanda. A very thoroughly deserved win. We've mentioned it many times. There's no one working harder in their overall career, in their performance, and Yolanda Hopkins. She's up at 5. She's running all sorts of 10Ks in the dark. Everyone else is still sleeping. And out in the water, absolutely relentless. And we are getting ready to start our men's final, which is coming up relatively soon. Just have a little pause before we kick that off. Can't wait for it as well. Looking forward to seeing 2 of the outstanding surfers, Ramsey Bukiem, Gessie and Delahaye. That's all coming right after the break. We'll be right back with the men's final.
Summer, we've missed you. Rip Curl.
Ce qui m'arrive, mais je fais n'importe quoi. Pourtant tu sais, le long de la semaine, je sais me tenir à carreau.
Bah j'espère bien.
Mais il suffit qu'en moi soudain revienne le grain de beauté que tu caches au creux de ton dos, pour que d'un coup je danse et chante comme un fou. Mais
Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
And a very warm welcome back to finals day from the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. Our two male surfers out in the water right now. Ramzi Boukiem, Gatien Delahaye, two of the outstanding surfers flying high on the Challenger Series, looking to lock in contention for Challenger Series in 2023 as well by getting a win here and putting points on the board for qualifying. That's exactly what we've seen Yolanda Hopkins do. Congratulations to her for taking out the women's event. And attention's turned now to the men. Here to break it all down for you, joining myself, Paul Evans, Victoria Vergara, Romain Lollet. What an exciting final we got on store here.
Yeah, super exciting. They're both amazing surfers, so I'm excited to see who's going to win the contest.
Yeah, two fighters and surfing on the backhand also, so it's going to be a real matchup in between those two guys. They know each other pretty well also. Two very experienced surfers. They can count also on a large public on the beach. It's going to be a really entertaining final.
So from Ramsey's point of view, obviously quite a bit of surfing yet to come this season on the Challenger. Still a few events, or 3 of them yet to come, but sitting in 6th place, he's already got those 2 pretty big results. That must give him loads of confidence. Talk about how important that is, but it does feel like a confident surfer, does Ramsey, and when he's got that behind him, he's pretty much unstoppable.
Yes, and Gatien came like a runner-up in South Africa, so we do have 2 informed surfers at this time of the year, so let's see the game they plan. Ramsey, we know he's going to be deadly on his backhand. Gatien might take it to the air, as he did against Johan. It's going to be a quite fun hit.
All right, we're underway here. 30 minutes on the clock. Which one of these two is going to be crowned champion in Anglet? Ramsey's already won this event. Gatien will have the inside, and he's up on a little bit of a drainer opening section. And there he goes, clean as you like, goes all floppy. And that's how you start off a heat.
That's how you start a heat.
In the air.
He's not even looking for the good and big waves. You know, he's going to go for broke on those little close out.
Yeah. I think they're going to be active here, Ramsey.
Just a quick look for Ramsey. Decides not much potential on that one. And he'll have a little bit of work here to get priority.
We love those paddle
battle, yeah.
Who do you fancy out of these two? Ramsey's quite a strong boy, isn't he?
Yeah, but did you see the length
Longest,
of the arms of Gatien?
Yeah, both different shape and surfer, but both like very good. Obviously, they're in the final, but 2 different approach from them too, so it's interesting to see.
And what about who gets the inside at the start? No priority assigned, right? At the start of a heat, any heat. How do you reckon they decided that? A little bit of rock, scissors, paper?
Oh, no.
Or just who can paddle up the inside?
Yeah.
It's tough always, those first few minutes. It's the one that has the strongest head and wants to keep the priority.
Normally it's the one who's Medina
position.
is always the
Yes.
one who goes on the inside. Here we go. Delahaye already
Whoa.
with something for the judges to think about. They're having a good think about it. And meanwhile, he'll flick a couple of turns, incomplete on the last. They've got some nice turns done at speed, and it's effortless the way you can just kind of juice that spray off the rails without really needing to force too much into his turns. 483 drops in for his opening effort. The air reverse on a relatively soft and kind of innocuous-looking opening section. He turns into a pretty decent mid-range score. Let's get a look at his last effort.
Yeah, Gatien is the kind of surfers that need a lot of space to express himself. Ramsey can surf in tighter pocket. You can see here he's pushing a lot of water, but it's a pity that at the end he could not complete the wave with this last turn. He's a really tall guy, and it's already tough. For us, we are smaller than him to surf those waves. So let's imagine when you're so tall.
That's why I ride longboard.
That's why. You have this opportunity also, this solution. This would have been the perfect conditions for you, Victoria.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Ramsey. And he'll just push through using that very polished technique for a couple of repetitions.
And there you see the difference of style of surfing. Ramsey is the one who cut his bottom turn real fast in tight pockets, and he can tag those turns really vertical within too much space.
Yeah.
So getting all that whip out of the upper body, and then just knifing that board in the lip in quick succession. Judges with a number to think about, some lines keep on filling in. Here's Gassia back into business, just kind of opens up off the rail there, leaning back. And then again, just another jam in the pocket. This wave will go real small in here, but he'll stay so light on his feet and is able to get a little flicking half turn done to finish. So Gassia and Delahaye already a third wave ridden for him. Going to get a decent number in for Ramsey. It's going to be something mid-range, can possibly be a high score so far.
And great effort from Gassia to surf this wave all the way through the end. Huge effort, as we can see, as is Ramsey coach telling him to move a bit further north. Because it doesn't seem like this on the screen, but the spot is quite wide, in between those two rock piles. There's about maybe 200 meters.
That's your home spot, right?
Yes, but even as a local, we get lost in the water here.
Yeah, they make it look so easy, but it's tricky out there, for sure.
So numbers in for Ramsey. Gets himself a 5.07. Highest individual score. He's in second place right now. Gassien's got a couple of 4s. And this one setting up so far very nicely indeed. We've already seen that contrast between the two approaches to wave riding. And this power and precision, just kind of muscling a couple of turns in. I love the little sort of slightly menacing look he gives in there back at the tower.
And him and Tim Bissot are the goofy footers that can tag those turns so close from each other. We saw Johan in the previous semi-final needing a little bit more space, you know, to combo those turns, and that's why Ramsey is so dangerous. We love the approach of Gassien here, showing a bit of variety on his forehand.
Working all the way.
So light on his feet. Mention that final he made in Belito. It's pretty much the smallest conditions we've had on the Challenger Series this year forever. I mean, in Belito, they were saying they couldn't remember it being that small. So able to really just get so much opportunity out of underpowered conditions. And that's all a product of being light on your feet. It's always been a bit of a strange one that generally for qualifying, you're surfing a lot smaller waves and you do get yourself on the CT, you're surfing a completely different kind of skill set requirement. But to be a professional surfer today, you've got to be able to do everything. You've got to be able to do it really well.
Yeah, of course. But we can see some of them are still struggling in Tiopo or some places like Pipeline because it's so special, so unique, and you don't get to surf those waves every day, you know. So they still have to adapt and learn all the way through the city year also. But you see, the Gassien and Ramsey, they do have everything. They could be on the city and show their best surfing.
And Victoria, you mentioned heading over to Trestles, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We've got Joanne Defay representing France, someone you know pretty well. What's inside her? How's she feeling at the moment? She's obviously feeling pretty great about the season, but where's her head at and how do you think she's going to go in the finals?
I think Joanne is feeling pretty happy and still very focused for the final, and it's pretty amazing, like growing up in Saint-Lô and seeing her evolving and just developing like a really powerful and beautiful surf. I'm really happy for her and I'm super excited for the finals, and I think she's ready. She's training so hard. She also have that want. I mean, that it's really strong feeling from her. So yeah, that's going to be exciting, and I can't wait to see performing at there.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome to have you represented once again in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That's all coming up worldsurfleague.com right now. Our attention's very much with the Rip Curl Pro Anglet final, 22.5 on the clock. Gassien Delay at the moment with the advantage, and another decent looking wave here.
Yes, tagging the first one and throwing a lot of water in the air. And I like the way he didn't claim anything at the end. He did a really good job by mixing up the maneuvers here, realizing that he needed something special in the end to create a score. And here you can see he didn't claim anything, but seems like something happened.
Very light on his feet and composed. Someone with a little bit of a heavier axe to wield is Ramzi Bouki, and we caught the end of a ride there. Let's stick with live and see the reply from Gassien right now. He'll just flick off to get priority, and we'll try and find out exactly what Ramzi Bouki got done. Our commentary position is just behind the beach here, and we had a big roar from the crowd. Let's check out what Ramzi did.
Yes, really compact surfing, and look how strong he hit the lip twice, adding a little foam claim at the end. Pretty stoked about that last wave, and that's why the crowd went mad at the beach. He can count on a huge crew supporting him here. He's almost a local here, Ramzi. He comes from Morocco, but he grew up here in Anglet, so he knows those waves perfectly.
Yeah, that was two solid turns from Rams. He's definitely spending much time in Anglet.
Good number in, 717, so adding major pressure right now. That's why we got such a big noise from the crowd. That's exactly that turn you mentioned, Romain, that he can do with kind of tight radius turn. Meanwhile, here we go with the sort of turns we've seen this man do with great success. And there he feels like that's worthy of a little bit of a stare at the tower as he gets that rotation done, stomps it nice and clean. This one now really turning into a ding-dong battle. Ramzi again taken off, and he'll just swing back for priority, but turning the screw with that 7. And now Gassien is really going to need to bring it because he's up against it here.
Yeah, so once again, another reverse with a lot more height in this one. I think if he wants to maximize the scores, he should try to have a bit more rotation in the air, maybe a full water, you know, to get in the excellent score.
It's pretty smooth and stylish though as well. I love the way he just makes surfing look so easy, Gassien. One of those, like we said, those cat-like surfers light on their feet, but everything looks so polished. It's really cool to see completely different surfers, their approach. There's not one that's necessarily better than the other, but really interesting to see. Even in these kind of smaller waves, you would generally think the surfer lighter on their feet might have the advantage, Victoria, but Ramzi right now is just bringing the power approach, and it's working for him.
Yeah, completely. They both have like two different styles, but it's beautiful from they're both like way of surfing, different approach, and yeah, Gassien will make it look so easy in the air, and Ramzi has so much power in those like little conditions.
Well, he's got himself back in the heat, the 6.83, so coming really close to Ramzi.
Yeah.
Very impressive indeed, and Gassien never letting the head drop. He heard that score come from Ramzi Boukiam, and the reply is pretty much instantaneous, and he's just keeping himself very much in contention now. So that number is a 5.42. This has been a really enjoyable one so far, and we've still got just under 19 minutes to go. There's a lot of waves being ridden, and the surfing is really high quality.
Yeah, so much action, and it's definitely not finished. The fight is only starting from them two, because they can both do like really great scores.
All right, here's Ramzi, and sold a bit of a dummy there from Gassien Delahaye. Priority was with Ramzi in the old classic. Gassien having a little paddle, going, oh, this one looks good. Ramzi takes it, bit of a road to nowhere. Priority back with Gassien Delahaye, and Ramzi knew that. He saw the frustration as that wave just went to nothing. Gassien now thinking about that requirement of a 5.42. I don't think he'll be surfing to that requirement. I think he'll be surfing, trying to go all the way up the scale right now, because he can pull out good two excellent range scores on kind of in between waves even, with what he's able to do above the lip. Let's see how he goes with that. But he must be feeling pretty full of confidence.
And he did the same against Johan. Remember, Johan had a 7.0, the 7 point, the best score of the heat. And he was hunting for those big closeout sections to throw some huge airs. And it seems like a bit similar in this one. So let's see if he can find this big wave set to throw another one and maybe jump back to the lead. But watch out, because Ramzi only needs to improve a 5.07, which is not much. And we know how deadly he is with those knifing turns on his back end. So It's going to be tight till the last second.
Yeah.
So two different positioning on the lineup. You can see Ramsey without the priority, staying a bit more away from Gatien in the middle of the beach, waiting for those big set to roll out in the middle. Instead of Gatien is at the main peak, let's say the main peak, you know, those right-handers, those drainers on the sandbank. He really wants to get those waves that give him a lot of speed to jump as high as he can in the air, while Ramsey maybe wait for those slower waves to tag 2 turns or even more. Two different strategy here.
Yeah, they also have like 2 scores already locked in, so I think now they're going to be patient and trying to find another good score to improve their situation. But I think, yeah, they might be a bit more patient from now in the heat.
Here's Gatien. He's found himself a wave here.
Oh.
And just gets a little caught on the takeoff. And priority will switch straight to Ramsey. So uncharacteristic there from both of these two. Just surrendered their priority very meekly on their last couple of efforts. In each case, it didn't necessarily cost them anything. Let's see what Ramsey can do with it now. Still 15.5 to go in this one. Still Ramsey Bukian with the lead. It's not a massive one. The 5-4, the requirement. But this guy here out of Guadeloupe, and here he is. And he'll go streaking down the line and unable to find any kind of ramping section. So a quick kick out from him.
Still plenty of time, and Ramsey looks like in the semis, same. He stayed a lot more in the middle of the beach than the northern part. He loves those little corners, a bit slower waves here.
Just over 15 to go in this one. On final day in Anglet, we kicked things off with the Surf de Nuit last Sunday night. Really enjoyable, an absolutely massive crowd down here. One of the biggest crowds I've seen for a surf contest anywhere, really. It was absolutely packed down here. And they watched one of these surfers in the final, Gatien Delahaye, take it out with his team, along with young 12-year-old Tia Zabrowski. And we've had fun surfing all week, culminating in finals day and culminating in right now the man leading the final, just kicking the board away a little bit miffed with the fact that there wasn't an inside section for him. I like the anger from Ramsey. It's kind of almost like that positive anger, right? When he's like that, he's like the tiger that's been sort of poked. No, hang on. The bear you poke, don't you? I'm getting my animals confused. But anyway, he's always dangerous, especially when he's annoyed.
Yeah, he's so focused too. And
it's tough to get speed as a backhand surfer in this type of conditions. But you're right, he's the beast. Don't try to mess with the beast.
Beast with a smile on his face.
So that 717 for Ramsey came earlier in this heat for a couple of big backhand hits in quick succession, and that sort of rhythm to the surfing is what he's been chasing in this, with no downtime between. The judges do like to reward a surfer doing a hard turn, recovering immediately, going straight to the next turn without having to pump down the line between. And that's all about the sections on offer, really, whether they're provided for the surfer. If they are, they can go up the scale. And we've reached that point where it's just dialed down a bit. We're relentless before exchange after the other. People building on their score, throwing away. They're back up, improving their high score. And last 5 minutes or so, we've, as you mentioned, Victoria, they've both got a couple of waves locked in. They know what they need now, and it's just kind of simmered down and a little bit of mounting tension to finish off for this final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to adapt to the condition, of course. As we say, it's tricky, so it's good to stay active and busy, but at the same time, when you already have score locked in, it's a good strategy to be a bit more patient and more confident about the wave you're about to surf. So I think they both know that from all the experience they've been having on the QS for so long now. So,
whose position would you rather be in? Are these two right now?
I don't know. I think
Ramsey's got the lead, right? But Gatien doesn't need a big number.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's less pressure from Gatien right now because it's a number that he knows that it's capable of doing. And from Ramsey having the priority, it's also confident for him. sorry, just watching surfing at the same time. Yeah, I mean, when you have priority and you're in pole position, obviously you feel safer because you know if the bomb's going to come, it's going to be for you. But Gatien is also capable of doing the 5-4-2 in not a safe wave, so staying under Ramsey or not in the same position than him at the peak it's a good strategy. So everything can happen. There is 12 minutes remaining, so.
How about you, Jaime? How do you like this last wave from Gatien? And also, same question, who'd you rather be?
Again, he's mixing it up. You know, he's got this little blow-tail reverse in the pocket, and I really like this last effort. Might get pretty close because this was a really nice wave in front of Ramsey. Ramsey watched Gatien all the way till the end of the wave. It was tough to watch from the side.
Comes in a little under 4.63, I think.
Just really, a little under, yes.
Just maybe if the speed possibly is what kind of kept the score down. It was a little bit of a more sluggish.
Shape of the wave was a bit soft, you know, weak. I would prefer to be in Ramsey position, of course, because he's got the highest score of the heat, and he knows that within 2 turns he can kill the heat with another 7 or an 8 point. So Gatien is in the hunt right now. Ramsey is a bit more controlling the heat, waiting patiently for the best waves. So it would be less stressful, I think, to be in Ramsey position right now.
All right, just over 10 minutes and 40 to go in our men's final. We've already seen Yolanda Hopkins take out the women's final at the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. We've got prize giving coming up in just about 15 minutes' time. In just over 10 minutes' time, we'll know who's our men's champion. Another victory here in Anglet in this famous long-running competition for Ramsey Buchem, or a victory for that man right there. As we mentioned, both of these two going really well on the Challenger Series right now. Ramsey up in 6th, Gatien, very impressive, 15th thus far. He's made a final on the Challengers as well. As we look to head down for our next event in Portugal, a place where he's done really well in the past as well.
Gatien staying really active. Huh? Last hit he surfed around like 15 waves. He's surfed already a bunch of waves. Only average scores, except his best score was 6.83. But that's his strategy, you know. He stays in rhythm with the ocean. And Ramsey is the hunter. Ramsey sits and waits for the wave to come to hit strong.
Little lines approaching. We got some action. Gatien from under Ramsey's priority. Ramsey will use it. Gatien has to get out the way. Here we go. Straight into the speed. And just a drifty kind of tail release above the lip for Ramsey. Not super convincing. Throws it away mid-air. Surrenders that priority without adding points to the board, and that's something we've seen now for the last few exchanges, unable to really add to our scores from where we are. Now Gatien with a bit of a glimmer, a bit of an opportunity for him to come back and bet this 5-4 that he's been searching for a good 10 minutes now.
Yeah, he has priority now. He's sitting at the peak, so I think he's going to be patient for the next ones coming.
Meanwhile, Ramsey having a look inside. Not something that's really paid off for him. And you've seen, talked about that wave count, Roman, that was wave number 8 for him. We've had 12 waves ridden by Gatien. So very much the busiest surfer. And Ramsey kind of sticking to the better opportunities. And it's sort of clear to see, even on that wave, why that makes sense to him. He does kind of need the better ways to get his scores. That tactics work well for him at the moment. He does have that lead.
It was clever to block Gatien on this one. Huh? It was looking really nice. The shape was perfect for throwing a big air, so he had no choice. He had to block Gatien, even though it's not that, you know, Ramsey can go in the air. But I think at this time of the year, he does not want to injure also himself. He's in good position to make it to the city, so no need to take some risk like that in this kind of situation.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, of course.
Yeah, that was a smart move from Rams, especially because there is not that many waves like that are coming in the heat. So, but Gatien knows that another one might come as well. So.
All right, getting down now towards Just over 7 and 15 remaining in this final. Ramzi Boukiem with the lead still. Gatien Delahaye chasing down a number which is not a big one, 5.42, but 10 minutes or so he's been searching for that. He got kind of close, got a high 4. Other than that, he's been scratching around. What's he got here? He eases himself in from quite deep up the peak, and then he flares up with a nice, smooth, drifty air reverse. Just gets the landing done. There's just enough oomph in that white water to kind of push him to a completion. And another interesting one from the judges, gut feeling, Roman.
I got the feeling I don't want to be a judge.
Yes, same position.
5.4, that requirement.
I don't know, you know, it's another air reverse. He went high with some speed. I don't know.
Got the rotation about half done in the air, didn't he? You're thinking about how tough markers the judges are. It's nice and tail high, but it didn't have that super kind of stomped feeling to it, did it? He did have to spin it around. Generally, that will kind of compress the score from being, you know, wildly up the scale. However, 5.4, we've seen them given for that sort of surfing.
Yes. But let's say the last 180 rotation was a bit slow, you know, so let's see if the judges took account or appreciated.
Wow, okay, well, we're way off because he's got a massive number of a 7.23. Wow. So judges paying huge for that. The 7.23, we were thinking it's going to be much closer to the requirement needed. The judges put a couple of points on it.
But you know what, on screen you can't realize what the guys are doing in the water.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's tough. You think, oh no, this wave was small, blah, blah, blah. But on screen it does not show the difficulty of those maneuvers and the speed and the height of those airs. So I think they appreciated the fact that Gatien threw the tail really high in this rotation and never lost the control.
Ramsey's having a little word there. It's like, really?
He's like,
Seven?
okay, it's Christmas or what? I think a bit of competitivity between them.
Oh, I love it. So now, situation changes completely. Gatien Delahaye goes into the lead here for the final. Stomping the air reverse, 7.23, goes in with a 6.83, a big total, 14.06. And he's put himself in the driving seat. The 5-minute warning's gone, and Ramzi Boukiem has got priority. That's the good news. Flip side of that, he's looking for a 6.9 now. That's going to be tough.
I mean, it's something he's capable of doing, of course, and as we've seen, he's in semi-final. Like, he got the score at the last minute, so that's something he has the mentality of being able to do that. So let's be patient and see how it goes. But Gatien must be really happy right now to log that last scores. He's been waiting for that wave, so 4 minutes remaining, and I think so many more waves coming.
Yeah, a few lines approaching. That's what we like to see. Ramzi certainly will enjoy seeing that. Gatien won't mind if there aren't any more waves the rest of this heat, but Ramzi will have certainly something to say about this, and he's on the prowl here. What's he got for us? Gatien having a little sort of tentative effort at paddle. Nothing really being sold to Ramzi there. He'll have to be a little more patient and just adjusted and gone slightly further outside. And you're probably thinking realistically 3.5 on the clock, maybe one opportunity for Ramzi to get himself that high 6. He's going to need a couple of big power turns or maybe just one huge big power maneuver. We know he's got that in him. Of course, Gatien always a chance of improving on in-between waves under priority as well. He's got that little double up here that set him up with a speed run. He's looking for a ramp, and he'll go again to the air, grabbing the rail that time. Just landing a little heavy on the front foot.
Yeah, Gatien's been showing some turns, but also many airs. Variety.
Here's Ramzi. Had a little look at that wave. I was quite surprised to see him paddling for that. It was a smaller one. Decides not to go. Good call. Didn't have a 7 on it or a high 6 that he needs. Not what we could see. And his camp there look a little rattled as watching on. It's hearing that score come through and just looking at this ocean now. And all of a sudden, you think, where is this opportunity going to come from a final? You're not necessarily dominated, but you've looked always in control throughout. And all of a sudden, your opponent just turns it on you. The heat flips. And you've got to completely adjust that mindset and try and find something with just over 2 on the clock.
This is going to be really difficult for Ramsey because he loves to sit in front. And Gatien always loved to sit in the hunter's spot, you know, at the second place. So now that Gatien is leading the heat, Ramsey is fighting against his demons. And we know his nerves sometimes can break down. Let's see if he has improved a lot with his mental game. He still has a shot in this heat, definitely, and seems like a wave is approaching.
Yeah, he's going to need one. Here he goes. This is the opportunity. Looking for the 6-9. Ramzi Boukhiam out of Morocco. Off the bottom. First turn, nice and powerful. The second one is a little slopey on the face. And the wave will get sticky through here. And he'll get a final section. That was nice. And he'll tag it again.
Yes. And the answer is yes.
There he is. The crowd enjoyed that. Big noise from then. And the judges, once again, have a really important decision to make.
Yep.
That was a really nice wave from Rams.
6.90. He tagged a few strong turns on this one. Of course, there was a lack of speed in between those turns, but this one is really nice executed. That one, he got stuck a little bit.
Yeah, the wave slower.
If you put exactly the same turns on a wave that didn't have the downtime, you'd be thinking there's a score. You wouldn't even think about it. But it just puts that little bit of doubt in the fact they had to do work between the maneuvers.
He's so good at it. He's knifing those turns. But maybe the fact that he did not combo with flow those turns might affect the score. And
yeah, it's the numbers in, and it comes in quite a bit under.
Oh.
It comes in quite a bit under, so 5.47 for him. It's an improvement on his backup, but he needed to get close to his top score. And he's still there looking for that 6-9. And Gatien de la Haye is going to be your champion as we'll count down the final 10 seconds or so in this. And Ramsey, I think, is on the inside. Gatien is sitting in the lineup on his own with priority, with a significant lead as well. We'll count this one down. And it's congratulations to Gatien de la Haye. Disappointment and frustration for Ramsey, who's surfed incredibly well all week. It's been a really impressive final. These two have put on an absolute show for us.
And 2 winners of this event previously. So Gatien adding a second trophy at home from Anglet. He won the surf event by night, and he's winning the day event also in Anglet. Feeling the vibe here. Super released.
Congratulations to Gatien de la Haye. He is your champion of the Rip Curl Anglet Pro 2022. Also, well done to Ramzi Boukhiam, a worthy finalist, a worthy winner too as well. The sort of surfing he's shown all week and in the final. But ultimately, essentially, it came down to the progressive surfing above the lip that Gatien was able to do that really made the point of difference and meant that he wasn't so much at the mercy of the kind of quality of the waves and he could just throw stuff up, or maybe mediocre waves. A very impressive performance from him. Took out the night surf. Pretty good during daylight hours as well. He's flying on the Challenger Series, and his confidence will be absolutely sky high right now.
Yeah, it's such a long road for them. I mean, the QSs are, wow.
And finally a smile. He can release the pressure, you know.
Yeah.
He was so focused all week long. Now he's gonna enjoy and celebrate this win. They have a little cut in between the events now, so they can
recharge.
Yes, recharge the batteries, exactly. Charlie Martin, of course, the Islands boys are ready to bring Gatien on their shoulders. You can see Alain Rioux.
So strong support there for Gatien de la Haye. Will get chaired up the beach here. And a very impressive victory to him, adding yet more silverware to his trophy cabinet from Anglet. And very worthy indeed for the win here. Great stuff from Gatien de la Haye. In really a flagship event in the European Summer Anglet. It's been a fixture on the calendar for a number of years. The night surf as well. It's been going pretty much decades in this part of the world. And a big win here sets you up traditionally for a crucial finish towards the season as we head into the autumn. We've changed the way things are now. You're qualifying for next year's challenges right now, both of these two surfers in the final, as we mentioned, in the Challenger Series, and both looking really, really good. Just one of our storylines as we finish up the 2022 season, of course, we mentioned the finals coming up at Trestles. That's real soon as well. We've got the conclusion of the Challenger Series, loads more qualifying action as well to bring you from across Europe and beyond. But what an enjoyable final from these two, who have really lit this place up there. Just the intensity, the way they competed, putting scores, taking the lead from each other, and not really showing each other any mercy, so to speak. Just relentless, the way these two wanted to take out how much it meant to them.
Yeah, and Gatien in love with this carbon surfboard. Hand shape here in Anglet might be a sign also of how to win a contest. Maybe surf local Shapers brand, RT surfboard. Here Ramsey on an epoxy surfboard, really tight turns. It was a tight battle. We knew those guys will never leave the weapons down till the end. And it went Gatien way, forehand surfer with some progressive surfing and variety.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, two different approach, but both really amazing, and it was a great finals, and they both deserve.
This is the one that did it, wasn't it? That was the 7 that he got. He needed a 5. We thought it might be close, or certainly a lot closer than that. The judges really had no problem at all in awarding the numbers, and we gave our opinions of what it looked like from here. Tell you what, let's find out how it felt from the water, because our winner, our champion of the Rip Curl Anglet Pro 2022, is standing by for a chat.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with the winner of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet 2022, Gatien Delahaye from Guadeloupe, winning out here today after the Surf Pro de Nuit last week. You must be stoked now. All you people watching after in Caribbean, I know your parents are watching too. You must be really happy. How was it out there?
I'm over the moon. I can't realize what's happening right now. It's been 3 insane weeks of competing, and it was so intense, and so much stress going on, and trying to manage all that was a lot. It took me a lot of energy too, but yeah, against Ramsey in this final, I wanted to take that win over him, because we had a final earlier on this year together, and he got me on this one in Israel, so that was my chance, and I took it, and yeah, I'm just so happy right now.
Do you want to say a few words in French for all your family and friends watching?
À tout le monde à la maison, et à toi, mon cœur, qui m'a supporté ces derniers temps et ces dernières semaines incroyables, et à mes parents, et à tout le monde qui sont derrière. Merci pour tout, et on continue, on lâche rien. Woo!
Bravo, félicitations encore.
Bravo, Gatien. Félicitations encore. What a performance for him. What a result.
What a show. And happy to see a Frenchman keeping the trophy at home, you know, of course.
So another great chapter in European surfing here at Anglet. It's been a really enjoyable week. Just looking back before we get to our prize giving, to think about some of the highlights and what we've seen. Wave-wise, we've had a little bit of everything. Biggest swell yesterday, it's dialed down today, but in terms of performances overall, thinking about our best surfers from across Europe, seems like performance is heading in one direction and it's on the up and up.
Yeah, no surprises. You know, the informed surfers, Gatien made a final in South Africa on the Challenger Series. He's winning this event. Ramsey is also an informed surfer on the Challenger Series. He's in the final. We saw also Johan Duru making a great comeback through this event. On side of the girls, Anat Lelior coming back from injury, also surfing really well. And Yolanda Hopkins, wow, watch out.
Yolanda Hopkins, impressive. We already know how good she is, but let's also have a little word for young Tia Zabrowski, 12 years old. Unbelievable. Making the final with Gatien the Surf de Nuit. But overall, you've got to be thinking, what's she going to be doing here in 5, 10, etc. years' time? She looks incredible, Victoria.
Yeah, she's amazing. And if you know her, she's also like the cutest little girl. She's super tiny and always smiling. And when she's in the water, she just transforms herself, and yeah, she has her level of surfing is pretty impressive, and I can't wait to see Tia grow up and fight with those girls and show them how it's done.
Yeah, well, impressive to check out all the performances as well, and obviously having our crowds back. We had a couple of years where, you know, things were weird with travel and competitions, and we missed a bit of that. It's so cool to be back in France, the summer, the traditional kind of home August for surfing in France is centered in this part of the world, and it's great to see the Atlantic providing us with some waves. In the past, sometimes we've struggled a little bit with conditions, but the waves have been very much delivering here, and our crowds have loved it.
Yes, of course, a lot of current. It was physical, but at least we had a pretty nice weather. Waves, you said last year we had a lack of waves. Summer is not the idyllic period in terms of surfing in France, but we always have something to surf. And we had a really nice week of surfing here. Surfers adapt a lot to the conditions, to those huge range of tides also. It's always we always love those French events because there are dramas, there are upsets, you know, and at the end, the warriors and the surfers who adapt the most to the conditions go to the podium, and this is what we like to see.
And we were talking about, you know, the reason why we're here. Essentially, it's all heading towards the Rip Curl WSL finals. That's coming up. Victoria's going to be there. Let's talk about the men. Roman, I want to know who you liking to take that out, and you're not allowed to say Toledo. So from the rest of the pack, who are you looking for? Who do you fancy?
They're all amazing, but we're going to have amazing matchup. Can't wait for this first hit. Also, Canoa Italo, it's going to be unbelievable. Of course, I'm cheering up for Felipe Toledo because he deserves a win. But hey, Jaco Robo, he's going to be deadly also. I don't know, it's going to be amazing to watch. And on the girls' side, of course, we're all cheering for Joanne Defay. It would be amazing if she can join the final up against Carissa and take the win. It's going to be an amazing event. We cross our fingers that the conditions will be idyllic, and can't wait to see.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good waiting period for that event. Obviously, last year, absolutely pumping. Still hoping to try and catch some of the end of those south swells they get in summer down in that part of the world. Very much in that kind of swell season at the moment. But yeah, that's going to be really fun to see. That's all coming up, worldsurfleague.com. And it's not far away from us, but right now we'll just return our attentions to Anglet and where we are right now as we pick up some highlights from the semis, really. And Joanne Duroux, he's done a couple of laps at the CT. Got a couple of fifth-place results down in the South Pacific, Fiji and Teopu back in 2017. It feels like that's almost another chapter in his career now, and it's been that rebuild story for Joanne. And he's close to getting there. He's quite surprised not to see him in the challenges this year.
He's a lot more relaxed, but he still has this fighting spirit. Seems like those local events will bring him a lot of confidence, and we hope he can make it to the Challenger Series next year, a full-time challenger or competitor. And why not? You know what, Kelly? How old is he? So Joanne could make it back to the city and surf at its best.
Yeah, he has definitely the surf for that still.
Yeah, looking very much fit and focused as well, as is, of course, this young man who really, no one's really able to land much of a blow on him throughout this week. He's just looked deadly, and even when he's sort of chasing scores, he's got the ability just to do this, get a kind of innocuous-looking wave, and just get the rotations done. Very impressive, Gatien Delahaye in the final. Our runner-up, he was no slouch. Smashed out a big 7, some big power maneuvers, and competed with great intensity throughout the final. Let's go and have a word from him. He's with Caroline Sarin.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Ramzi. Ramzi, second place. Still a good result, still some points, still almost at home for you here. So I know it was a tough hit. I know you won the win, but still some good emotions out there, even if it was tough.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, it got super small, so there weren't many waves where I could like put my game out there, you know, like just big turns. Gatien was taking off on closeouts and doing airs. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty bummed. I'm super happy for Gatien. He's a really good surfer. I think he improved a lot this last few years, and he's a really complete surfer. So props to him. And but I'm pretty bummed because I feel like I did what I could on the waves I had, and I thought I was enough, but whatever. It's good to be here in Anglet. Like you said, it's my second home. I would have liked to win, but it's all good. All my friends, my family, everyone was here supporting, and it was a good comp.
Yeah, and the season is not over for you yet. You have some big contests to come with the Challenger Series, and hopefully maybe a qualification, as you have a really good seeding right now. So how are you going to prepare for the rest of the season?
Yeah, that's for sure the main goal since the start of the season, and I did Anglet because I live right there, right behind, and just to stay in the rhythm. You know, now I go back home, train for like 3 weeks a month, and get ready for Ericeira and the last 3 events. So for sure it's gonna be all in. Now I feel like now my year is gonna start, so I really got to put everything I got in this last 2 months, and that's it.
Well, congrats for this result and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you, thank you guys, thanks everyone.
Awesome job, Ramzi Boukiam there. Very worthy finalist. Did enough to get the win. Didn't quite go that way this time out. Can't wait to see the rest of his season unfold and see where he can take it. In the meantime, it's time to award our prizes and go to the podium. Let's have our presentation for the Rip Curl Pro Anglet. Let's go and check it out.
Ok, donc je vais demander à Mathieu Lefin pour Rip Curl, à Anthony Bleuz pour la médaille d'Anglet et à Sandrine Derville de bien vouloir aller sur scène, s'il vous plaît. Donc encore une fois, merci à toutes et à tous d'être si nombreux et nombreuses avec nous sur ce Rip Curl Pro Anglet 2022. On va démarrer la remise des prix. Cette compétition est la deuxième et dernière étape française du circuit qualificatif 2022 de la World Surf League. Et donc avant de commencer, on va remercier les sponsors Rip Curl, Caraïbos, Turtle Twist, Virgin Radio. Bien évidemment, on remercie la ville d'Anglet qui nous accueille ici à la Chambre d'Amour et la région Nouvelle-Aquitaine qui nous soutient sur toutes les compétitions dans la région. On va commencer avec la remise des prix du tableau féminin. Et donc, elle termine runner-up cette année 2022 du Rip Curl Pro Anglet. C'est Ariane Ochoa. Et donc c'est Sandrine Derville qui va remettre le trophée. Et donc, votre championne 2022 pour ce Rip Curl Pro Anglet, c'est Yolanda Hopkins, qui remporte donc cette édition 2022. Le trophée va être remis par Mathieu Lefin et la boina par Anthony Bleuz. Vous pouvez encore une fois les applaudir. Yolanda Hopkins, championne 2022, et Ariane Ochoa, runner-up. Merci les filles. Je vais vous demander de descendre juste le temps des gars. But stay here. Et donc, il est runner-up de cette édition 2022 de ce Rip Curl Pro Anglet. C'est Ramzi Boukiam. Et donc, il est champion 2022 du Rip Curl Pro Anglet. C'est Gatien Delahaye. Et donc le trophée est remis par Mathieu Lefin et la boina par Anthony Bleuz. Je vais vous demander de regarder devant au niveau de Damien. Gatien Delahaye qui remporte cette édition 2022 runner-up dans Ramzi Boukiam. On va rappeler les filles, s'il vous plaît. Ariane Ochoa, Yolanda Hopkins sur scène pour la photo officielle avec Damien. Vous pouvez encore une fois toutes et tous les applaudir. On vous remercie encore une fois toutes et tous pour cet événement, cette édition 2022. On remercie tous les partenaires, la mairie d'Anglet, la région Nouvelle-Aquitaine, Rip Curl, Caraïbos, Turtle Twist, Virgin Radio. On vous dit à l'année prochaine. Merci pour cette édition 2022. Passez une bonne après-midi, une bonne soirée sur Anglet et aux alentours.
Gassia Delahaye, and of course to Yolanda Hopkins, worthy winners on a hotly contested event. Right now, before we send you to some highlights from a great week of surfing here on Anglet, it's time to say thanks to our guest in the studio, Victoria Vergara. Have fun in Trestles.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and good luck to you guys as well. For
Romain Lollet, it's been fun having you in the studio, mate. Have you got one of those big Barry Basques? You'd look good in one of them.
I do have at home.
Got one at home. Maybe next time, bring it down, mate.
Next time, maybe.
Don't forget, WorldSurfLeague.com, September 8th through 16th, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We're going to be crowning world champions in the water. The drama was massive last year. Expect a lot more where that came from. We're going to send you out some highlights from the week. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. You.
I am here with Ariane Ochoa, runner-up of the Rip Curl Pro Anglet 2022. Ariane, good job, congratulations. I know you wanted the win, but it's still a good result. It's a QS 3000, so it's still got some good points. How was the heat? I know it was a bit tough, but you did good the whole event, so you must be happy about yourself.
Yes, I'm super happy. For sure, always you want to win, but I think it's been a really good contest for me. I compete well. I feel confident and good with my surfing, so I think there are more positive things in this contest.
Well, and then I know the season is not over yet. Do you have some other objectives and upcoming contests coming?
Yes, like in 2 days we have the national contest, and after I will keep focusing the Challenger Series. Still 3 to go, and also the rest of the event for the next year ranking in Europe, Azores. So yes, I'm really happy to keep going and try to keep going with the momentum.
Cool. And do you want to say a few words in Spanish or in Basque for all your fans and the people watching?
Yes, bueno, eskerrik asko etxean zaudeten guztioi, beti hor idazten eta mezuak, bueno, beti ailegatzen dira, y muchísimas gracias a todos los que me apoyáis desde casa siempre, y nada, agradecer a todos mis sponsors por apoyarme, a mi entrenador Felipe que me ha estado ayudando durante todo el campeonato, a mi familia que siempre está ahí, así que a toda la gente que siempre está apoyando. Thanks to everyone for be supporting all the time. Eskerrik asko danoi eta besarka handi bat.
Merci beaucoup, Ariane, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks. Bye.